Hello, friends. I'm just gonna make sure everything is good and connected. Oh, hello, Elizabeth. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. I feel like I sound a little quiet, but hopefully you can hear me okay. How are you doing? How is your weekend going? Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. I was just sitting here doing this on my own, and then I was like, I could just stream this, and then it would be even more fun. So here I am, streaming away. Um, I ended up doing a little bit more, but then also I did some other cleanup later in my shelves where I went through and took some books that don't have audiobooks off, checked if they had audiobooks, and put them on no audiobook. So we're down to 1926 when we were at like 1970 before or something. So I feel like I have a lot of wiggle room to add new releases and stuff. Like I have a lot of books that I would like to add to my TBR, but I don't want it to go over 2000. So on this particular shelf, I feel like that would be I don't know, for some reason that's my cap. So anyway, getting ready to wash your sheets. Oh, that'll be so nice. To have nice clean sheets. We have like just like fluffy throw blankets on the couch, and I haven't washed them for a while, and I washed them last night, and they feel so nice. They took forever to dry though, because I don't really have a place to dry them, to like hang them to dry. So they were like in the dryer for like 3 hours on no heat dry, because if you put heat on that plastic, it just like pills up and is disgusting. So they were just tumbling for hours, but it was worth it because they're so fluffy now. Yes, I'm definitely keeping The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. I can't believe I haven't read this yet, honestly. I really need to. I think it will well be worth it, but I just haven't. Anyway, I'm excited to get through here. I think so. I have this right now set to 30 books per page, and we're right at the beginning of page 8. So I think there's 210 pages, or 210 books that have been completely cataloged, which I feel like is really good. And I did do more in between last time and this time. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. So we're into 2018, which also feels really good. Okay, and we're out of that huge nonfiction slog. So there's nonfiction scattered in, but there's also fiction, which is good. There's like a better balance, because I mean, I love nonfiction, but reading the description of like 50 nonfiction books was a little bit much for my brain last time. But this is the next one. North on the Wing travels with the songbird migration of spring. Okay, so it doesn't say it's a memoir, which is good. Because that title sounds a little memoir-y, and I don't want a memoir. Okay. Story of an ornithologist's journey to trace the spring migration of songbirds from the southern border of the United States through the heartland and into Canada. Happy Saturday! Hello, Audrey. How are you doing? Sunday. Why did I say Saturday? I don't know why I read that as Saturday. God. Happy Sunday, I meant to say, because that's what your comment said. We all know at this point that I cannot read words out loud. um, I also pounded down before the stream because I was like eating and stuff. When I was doing that, I pounded down like 30 ounces of water. Um, so I'm probably gonna have to get up and pee in the next like half hour. Um, aren't you so glad you're here for all this information? um, but I have my 40-ounce cup filled up that I'm drinking, and that's why I shared. Um, Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm so sorry. Thank you for being here and supporting me and loving me, you guys. um, canoe, bike. I mean, this sounds like something I would like, but yeah, most people have given it 4 stars, which I don't mind at all reading a 4-star nonfiction. Every piece of wildlife he encounters is described and noted in lists. This is a field trip memoir. I know that's just how field journals read, but it could have been translated more effectively into prose. I don't know. I just feel like there's so many books about birds that I want to read. Like, if we go searching through like my TBR for birds. Oh, look, here's a list called Books for Bird Lovers. And I bet like 40 of these are on my TBR. That's awesome. I love that they do that, Elizabeth. Yeah, I've read so many books where it's, yeah, they talk about just how devastating human lights and just humans in general are for migration and stuff. Yeah. So I'm so glad they do that. That's awesome. Oh, okay. So these ones aren't, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm like, so many of these books are on my TBR. Maybe I should just save this list and add all of them to my TBR. No, not really, but I just like, there's so many books I want to read. I don't think I care about this one enough. Like, because it does sound a little memoir-y. And I think there's just other ones that I'd rather read. Although sometimes I don't mind a memoir if it is mixed with owls. With birds. Anyway. Oh, I don't know. I've read a couple migration books. I really liked. There's one that was more about like animal migration. Is that how you spell migration? Flight Paths is about bird migration, and I really liked that. But there was another one I was thinking of that's like just how animals like navigate in general. That's not how you spell navigate. How do you spell navigate? No. Ugh. I don't feel like finding it, but it was very good. Damn. I don't know if I want to add this book to my TBR or not. I think I'll delete it. I think I don't care about it enough. I added it right after it came out, and I'm sure it would be fine. But there's just other bird books I would rather read. And I've already read at least 2 other books about migration. So, I'll survive. Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. I already know I want to read this one. But I'm just scanning through, kind of just to remind myself. Because even with the ones that I'm like, yes, I for sure definitely want to read this, like, there's no way I'm taking this off of my TBR. Rereading the synopsis has been really helpful for my brain, because I have not sometimes always known, like, I did know what this was about, but sometimes I have not always known or remembered what it's about, and that has often made me, like, more excited to read it. Since you've already read this, when do you think is the perfect time of year to read this? This can go in both. It's both science and it's both other, because it's like history. Do you have an opinion? I'll wait to add it. Or is it just one of those, it's good to read anytime because it's so amazing? The Doll Maker of Krakow. In the land of dolls, there is magic. In the land of humans, there is war. Everywhere there is pain, but together there is hope. She's a living doll whose king and queen have been overthrown, but there are strange wind spirits. But when a strange wind spirits her away from the land of dolls, she finds herself in Krakow, Poland, in the company of the doll maker, a man with an unusual power and a marked past. That sounds so interesting. I didn't realize this was middle grade, which is fun. I love middle grade. Spring and fall. Okay, perfect. I appreciate the insight. Oh. I put summer. Spring and fall. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, and I can close that one. Okay. Yeah, this sounds really interesting. I definitely want to read this. Fantasy, historical, and it feels very wintry with like the snow on the cover. I just want to see like what my friends have rated it, and they've all rated it 5 stars. Perfect. Okay, and the last book I had opened is The Unwomanly Face of War, an Oral History of Women in World War II. Oh, it's translated. Okay. A long-awaited English translation of the classic oral history of women in World War II across Europe and Russia from Nobel Prize winner Svetlana Alexievich. We're guessing here. I don't know. Bringing together dozens of voices in her distinctive style. She shares stories of women's experience during World War II on the front lines, on the home front, and in occupied territories. The unwomanly face of war is a powerful history of the central conflict of the 20th century, a kaleidoscope portrait of the human side of war. Oh, it's so old, 1983. So interesting. Yeah, I definitely feel like that is worth reading. That sounds super interesting. And possibly has like a diverse, I don't know. I almost said cast, but that doesn't feel like the right word. Like a diverse group of people that she like interviewed and stuff. I'm gonna put it in all. It definitely feels more autumn and winter, but I'm gonna put it in spring and summer too, just because I'm like, maybe it will feel better to read about really fucking depressing shit like that in spring and summer, even though it feels like a kind of book that would be good for colder months. Okay. The next one's okay. Deathless by Catherine M. Valente. This is another World War II book, I think. There just happened to be a bunch of them back to back. Or is it World War II? I thought it was, maybe. I'm trying to figure out how to say this name. Kochi? I don't know. Is the Deathless. Kochi the Deathless is the Russian folklore that devil is to Russian folklore what devils or wicked witches are to European culture. A menacing, evil figure, the villain of countless stories which have been passed on through story and text for generations. But Koschei? I don't know. Has never before been seen through the eyes of Catherine Valente, whose modernized and transformed take on the legend brings the action to modern times, spanning many of the great developments of Russian history in the 20th century. Deathless, however, is no dry historical tome. It lights up like fire as the young Maria Morovna transforms from a clever child of the revolution to Koschei's beautiful bride, to his eventual undoing. Along the way, there are Stalinist house elves, magical quests, secrecy? Is that how you say that? And bureaucracy, and games of lust and power. All told, Deathless is a collision of magical history and actual history, of revolution and mythology, of love and death, which will bring Russian myth back to life in a stunning new incarnation. I feel like reading that description hurt my brain. Oh yeah, here's Chris saying that it's a World War II setting. I was actually looking at this one the other day because I was looking at books. Yes, and even just a few years ago, maybe like 2 years ago, Mari, right here actually, Mari and Kara did a read through of them for like a book club, because It's like one of their favorite series, the Fairyland books, which I did not participate in. I have not read those, but I thought it was fun that they teamed up to do that. What have I read by Catherine Valente? I tried to read the space book, and did not vibe with it. Cover Me with Apples, I gave 4 stars. I did enjoy that. I tried to read space opera. I barely got any into it, and I just it was similar to God, what is it called? Life, the Universe, and Everything. Oh, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It was kind of giving the same vibes as that, but not fun for me. I think that's the only thing I've read by her. I feel like maybe if she has a graphic novel, maybe I've read that, but I don't remember. Yeah, Six Guns No White, and I did not like that. I wonder if I would like it more now, though. And that is all I've read. So she's definitely been a hit or miss author for me. I've been meaning to add palimpsest to my TBR, though, so I'm gonna do that right now. But The Girl Who Circumnavigated Fairyland in a Ship of Her Own Making, I was actually intending on trying to read this fall or winter. Definitely want to read it very soon. And then I think one of her other ones, Radiance, is... Or maybe it is the other one, Deathless. But one of them has Baba Yaga folklore in it. Maybe it's the other one, because the other one's all Russian folklore. This one might have Baba Yaga in it. So that is also a fun reason to want to read it. Because I do love Baba Yaga. But I want to try this. But yeah, I'm not sure if I will love it or not. Oh, I didn't realize I'd already expanded it. Fantasy, historical, romance. Fantasy, historical, romance. It feels very autumnal to me. This is an autumn book. Maybe autumn and winter. Oh, hello. How are you, Elizabeth? So, I've determined that we're on the page of 210 or 211 is where our page starts. We're making good progress. And I was just sitting here doing this on my own, and then I was like, oh, I could just stream right now. This would be fun. So, good. Are you having a good weekend? How are you doing? You read Thistlefoot? Yes. I haven't read that yet, but I really, really want to. So, I rearranged my... Yes, okay, here. So I went through my TBR and I put all the books that were very fall-y that I maybe wanted to try to get to in October and November. Well, there's 100 of them, so I'm definitely not going to get to all of them. And a few of them are to try to get to at the end of this month. But I put them all in the beginning of this the first like 100 slots on my Goodreads TBR. Spread Me. Oh, I'm so excited. That comes out in like 2 days. I'm so excited. Sarah Gailey, I love you so much. My Pumpkin, alien romance. I don't know. So stupid. Some steampunk books. Fairyland, The Willows, which inspired one of T. Kingfisher's horror books, The Maiden and Her Monster, The Dark Day Clubs, a couple Baba Yaga books, like short story collections, some classic sci-fi I thought would be fun, some like mysteries. Thistlefoot I put on there. Yeah. You DNF'd Moonflow. Oh no, 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 no. I haven't started it yet, but I'm excited. I don't even know too much what it's about, but I just love the cover. Anyway, so that is kind of my tentative, massive fall TBR. I'll probably do the same thing for my picture graphic manga as well. I just haven't done it yet. Where I'll go through and put the spookiest books at the top to try to read. It's just nice to have them all collected together. Moonflow. No, no, no. That's one that I'm going to try to read in the next couple days because I have it checked out from the library and it's due in like 5 days. Yeah, it has really bad ratings for only having 100 and less than 200 ratings. Oof. So do you just do the same thing I do where like if you DNF a book you just mark it as read but don't rate it? Is that what you do? Yeah, the cover's so good. Devastating. Okay. Well, I'll lower my expectations as I go into it. That's good to know. Yeah, I know. On Storygraph is so much better than Goodreads. I like that they have a DNF option. But so you still mark it red, but you DNF it. Okay. That makes sense. Ugh, I DNF'd Hollow Kingdom too. I did not vibe with that. It was... I did not enjoy a crow talking about, like, poop. And stuff. I did not enjoy the character. that many obsidian. Okay. The Goblin Emperor. Ugh, this is supposed to be so good. I really want to read it. A lush tale of deadly court intrigue, a modern classic fairy tale. The youngest half-goblin son of the Emperor has lived his entire life in exile, distant from the imperial court, and the deadly intrigue that suffused. The thing that sorry, I got distracted. I was thinking about your comment, Elizabeth one, who was here first. Sorry, bookmarking life with Elizabeth. About Storygraph allowing you to mark DNFs, and I do like that, especially because they will calculate the pages for you and then add it to what you've read that year and stuff, and I like that. That's all. I was thinking about that while I was reading, and then I wanted to comment on that because I do really like that, because then you can set the page goal of what you want to read that year, and your DNFs count towards that, and I think that's a really nice touch. Okay. And the deadly intrigue that infuses it. But when his father and his 3 half-brothers in line for the throne are killed in an accident, he has no choice but to take his place as the only surviving rightful heir. Entirely unschooled in the art of court politics, he has no friends, no advisors, and the sure knowledge that whoever assassinated his father and brothers could make an attempt on his life at any moment. I definitely want to read this. I feel like I like this cover. This is one that... Oh. Brock did not like this one. This is one that Emily just read and, well, maybe read a while ago. But Emily read and really loved. And we tend to vibe on books. What is this? Oh, it's old. 2019? I know this author, Victoria Goddard, don't I? Or maybe I don't. The name sounds familiar, but maybe I don't know them. It's old. It's really too long. Disgustingly long. I don't have any friends who've read it. Well, no book needs to be 1,000 pages long. Yeah, I don't think I would ever read it because it's so long, but I'm like, these tags sound awesome. Fantasy, queer, cozy, high fantasy. I'm like, yes, I like it. I like the cover, but I would never read it because it's too long. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I have to draw the line at 800 pages. And I'm not just being dramatic. I have data to back this up. If we look at books that I've read, let's look at books that I've read. Well, we can't because it's not loading. Please. Okay, books that we've read by the number of pages. Bleak House. I have read this. I have finished it. It's over 1,000 pages. I don't know. I don't have it rated because I read it so long ago. I read it in 2009. Like, I don't know what I thought about a book that I read, like, half my life ago. Um, Clash of Kings, I rated 3 stars. I DNF'd this. Harry Potter, 2 stars. Did I even... I DNF'd this one. Okay. I rated it anyway for some reason. We can barely count that. I don't know. I don't even know if I read the whole thing. DNF'd this 350 pages in, so I got a good amount of the way in. Read this as a teen. I can barely count. Like, I don't remember what I thought about it. I have read this in whole, 800 pages, but I read it in 2009. I don't really remember it. Tried reading it again as an adult. I DNF'd it at 17%. DNF'd this one 150 pages in. Read this one, gave it 3 stars. DNF this one 10% of the way in. This is a bind up. I could probably just delete this, honestly. Maybe I'll do that. Harry Potter. Okay, this one I gave 5 stars, but it's not a real, like, full book. It's a lecture. It's one of those, like, whatever lectures. The great courses. So I feel like that's different than, like, just reading a full, like, book. I mean, give me a big, long lecture any day. Sounds awesome. I removed my rating for this because I don't know if... I don't know. I don't know what I would think about it now. I read it, like, over 10 years ago. And I have no desire to reread it. DNF this one 50% of the way through. This is a 4.5 star. This was my first good rating. And I have read it twice, and I do love it. That's 700 pages. Dune I gave 4 stars of a 700 pages. This one I gave 4 stars. This one I gave 4 stars. But, like, see, like, there's no 5 stars that are long. There's no 5 stars. There's mostly DNFs. There's no 5 stars. And we just keep going. The first 5 star is 640 pages, and it's a nonfiction, so you know there's like 100 pages at the end that are all like just context, like whatever that's called. You know what it's called. You know I know what it's called and just can't think of it right now. Like the index, whatever. References. You know I know what it is. you know I'm not a complete fucking idiot. 1 5 star, 2 5 stars, but it's a young adult book, and not that young adult books aren't valid and good, but you know that 600 pages in a young adult book is not the same as like 600 pages in an adult book. Like, the text is bigger, it's not as dense, everything. I just love this book though. Another nonfiction, but there's tons of pages. There's like tons of pages, and there's that like bibliography at the back. Like there's that, you know, for nonfiction with their sources. Wool, there we go. There's like finally like a, what I would consider like a big meaty whatever. Another young adult book, and it's written in letter form basically, so it's a very fast read. Like, it's just like, if we like look at how many long books I've given a try, I don't like long books historically. Like, there's a few gems that I've given 5 stars that I love, but most of the time I DNF them. Most of the time I DNF them, and then if I don't DNF them, a lot of times they're like 3 or 4 stars, and it's like not worth it. And I used to try to break books down that were big, but the problem with that is that I've realized that I just oh no, I did not mean to do that. I realized that I just lose steam if I do that. it's like I really have to be invested enough to just want to read the whole thing through in a few days. Because I've tried that with so many different books and I just lose steam and I cannot go all, like, I can't, like, I'm just gonna read it over like 2 or 3 weeks because I always end up DNFing those books because I just lose steam. I can't be bothered to pick the book back up every single day for 2 or 3 weeks. The only case that really has worked for me recently is with Dune. I thought there were only 2 parts. Turns out there were 3. But the last part is really small, so it's okay. But the first part is like 40%, and then the second part is, or the first part is like 40%, and then the second part is like 40%, and then the third part is like 20%. And so I read part 1, and then I put it down for like 6 months. And then I picked it back up, and I read the second part. But I was reading it, I read it in like 2 or 3 days as like a whole book is part 1. I put it down for like 6 months, and then I picked it back up, and I read the whole part. Like, I was reading it as like if that was a entire book, the part. So that was good and intentional and helpful. But just like spreading it out, like I've DNF'd so many books by just trying to like spread it out. It's not been good. I just can't do it. How long did like how far did I get through that book? I don't remember. So historically I don't like big books. So I'm like, I have to really, 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 really be interested in a book that is over 600 pages for me to feel like it's worth even giving a try. Because 9 out of 10 times it's not going to be even above like a 3-star for me. And that doesn't feel worth reading. I don't like big books. Fantasy, science fiction. And yeah, and I have tried to do that with big books before, where it's like, I'm gonna try to get to this much each day, but then I always end up losing steam, and I'm like, I've been reading this book for so long, I'm so sick of it, and then I DNF it. I've done that dozens of times. It's like I have to be interested in it enough. I have to be interested in the book enough that I want to read it in just a couple days. Like, that's what I did with Wool. I read it, the whole thing, in 2 days, because I was like, I could not put it down. Like, I have to just be excited to read it. And not, like, pace myself out. Holy shit, this cover's so cool. Tentacle person. God, monsters, and the Lucky Peach. Discover a shifting history of adventures as humanity clashes over whether to repair their ruined planet or luxuriate in a less tainted past. In 2267, Earth has just begun to recover from worldwide ecological disasters. Min is part of the generation that first moved back up to the surface of the earth from the underground hills to reclaim humanity's ancestral habitat. She spent her entire life restoring river ecosystems, but lately the kind of long-term restoration projects Min works on have been stalled due to the invention of time travel. Okay, so this should say past with a T. I was thought that this didn't make any sense, but I moved on because I was like, I guess I'm just stupid as shit. No. When she gets the opportunity to take a team to 2000 BC to survey the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, she jumps to the chance to uncover the secrets of the shadowy think tank that controls time travel technology. Audrey, are you still here? Audrey, we need you. This should say past with a T. Unless, are either of you Goodreads librarians? Anyway. That sounds super interesting. Oh my gosh, Rachel gave it 5 stars? Yes. Okay. Sci-fi, fantasy. Nice. I love this tentacle contraption thing. Ask me about my uterus. A quest to make doctors believe in women's pain. For any woman who has experienced illness, chronic pain, or I know how to say this word. I swear I do. Endometriosis. I think I'm saying it right. Comes an inspiring memoir advocating for recognition of women's health. I think I heard a lot about this book when it first came out, and I was like, ooh, I should read that. But I don't think I care about memoirs at all. Not that I don't think it's valuable or good or anything like that, but is that how you say that? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. That's okay. I'm not gonna read this. I don't like memoirs. Hook's Tale, being the account of an unjustly villainized pirate written by himself. Playwright and screenwriter John Pilemeyer reimagines the childhood of the much maligned Captain Hook, his quest for buried treasure, his friendship with Peter Pan, and the story behind the swashbuckling world of Neverland. Long defamed as a vicious pirate, Captain James Cook, aka Hook, was in fact a dazzling wordsmith who left a vibrant, wildly entertaining, and entirely truthful memoir. I don't know. It seems like it could be fine, but reading that sounds like reading the synopsis does not sound very interesting to me. I don't know if I care about reading this. I'm just not a huge Peter Pan fan. I think I'm okay letting this one go. I don't think I'll ever read it. And I don't think I'm very interested in reading this. So, goodbye. Deadly Companions, How Microbes Shaped Our History. Oh, it's old. 2007. Pass on it, yeah. Thank you. I did. Yes. It's not worth it. Combining tales of devastating epidemics with accessible science and fascinating history. Deadly Companion reveals how closely microbes have evolved with us over the millennia, shaping human civilization through infection, disease, and deadly pandemic. Beginning with dramatic account on our SARS pandemic at the start of the 21st century, Dorothy Crawford takes us back in time to follow the interlinked history of microbes and humanity, offering an up-to-date look on ancient plagues and epidemics and identifying key changes on the way humans have lived, such as our move from hunter-gatherer to farmer to city dweller, which made us an ever more vulnerable to microbe attack, showing that how we live our lives today with increased crowding and air travel puts us once again at risk. One thing becomes clear, that for generations to come, our deadly companions will continue to influence our lives. Oof. Oh. I remember when my bookstore got this, like in 2018 or something, and that's when I added it to the TBR. Well, yeah, I don't know why I'm saying 2018 like a question. It wasn't 2018 because that's when I added it to my TBR, is when we got this. And, like, I don't know. I just feel like I've read other things that kind of fulfill this need. I've obviously learned a lot more about, like, germs and stuff since then. I've read other stuff about, like, plagues since then. Both, like, pre-COVID and post-COVID. I don't feel like I need to read this one, and I'm not super interested in it. So, I'm good to pass on it. Like, I'm sure it's fine, but I'm also, like, it's from, like, 2007, and I feel like there's probably more, like, up-to-date information. I feel like 2007 is, like, kind of tricky, because sometimes you want to read stuff from, like, I don't know, like, earlier, like, 2000 and, or, like, the 80s or the 90s or whatever, just to, like, get, like, a look at, like, what they were thinking at the time, because it's super interesting, and it's, like, a capsule. But for stuff like that, it's, like, I kind of want, like, up-to-date information on, like, what we know, especially after we've had a global pandemic. Oh, no. One of my oldest sequels. 1 part Sex and the City, 2 parts Desperate Housewives, 3 parts Brothers Grimm. I think I should read I don't want to spoil what happened in the first one. So I feel like I should read the synopsis of the first one to tell you. Because I don't even really remember the first book. Yeah, I just feel like stuff like is like what we know about global pandemics has like changed so much in the last 5 years. Like, I would rather read more up-to-date stuff by like, and also by like actual, like, I want to make sure it's like from like reputable actual scientists, so not like yeah certain people. But I just don't feel like that could be an interesting book to read at some point as like a time capsule of like what people knew at the time, but I don't feel like that's what I need right now. Imagine what might happen if our most beloved fairy tale princesses were best friends and had the dreams, dilemmas, and libidos of the modern women. How would their stories unfold after the wedding bells stopped ringing? Set in a fictional realm based on New York City, Desperately Ever After sprinkles women's fiction with elements of fantasy and encourages readers to rethink everything they know about happy endings. Years after turning her husband from beast back to man and becoming his queen, Belle finds out she's going to have a child. But before she can announce the wondrous news, she accuses him cheating and watches her happily ever after goes up in flames. I don't know. I did like this. Like, I gave it 3 stars. I did enjoy it when I read it in 2008. But I've never been super compelled to keep going with the series. And I think it's time to just delete the sequel off my TBR. And Laura Kenyon. I wonder what else. Has she? Nope. These are the only things she's ever written, it looks like. She wrote these 3 books and then said bye. Interesting. Ugh, The Poppy War. R.F. Kuang, who I haven't read anything by. I'm not really interested in Yellowface. I didn't realize it had so many ratings. Holy shit. I'm willing to give The Poppy War a try. I'm very interested in Babel. And I'm interested in Cabatices? I've heard it said many different ways, but I think that's the one that's correct. So I'm going to add that to my TBR as well. But before I read about this, I'm going to go to the bathroom. My bladder is finally caught up with me. I will be right back. The Poppy War is big, but I did say if it's over 600 pages, that's kind of my cutoff to like, this book is too big. And this one is under 600, so it's like, it is long, but it's not like the point where it's like, ugh, too long that it makes me want to die. You know. Graphic war scenes. I don't know how I'll feel about that. I don't know that I've read too many books with that, but I do read like horror, and that has like graphic, like body horror and stuff, so I'm not sure. I don't really read high war fantasy, like, ever, so I'm not sure. I don't really read military fantasy either. I think it's worth trying, because it's supposed to be really good, and it's been on my TBR, like, since it came out. Not that, like, I own it or anything, but I think it's worth trying, but, it's worth trying, but I'm also very open to, like, DNFing. Babel, though, is in the case, I think, in the camp of it being too big. I think it's over 600. I still want to try it, though. Oh no, it's only 544, so it falls right under that cap. And this is like an arbitrary cap. It's not like, I don't know. It's both arbitrary and it's not, because it's just me looking at my shelf and seeing like the kind of tilt from roughly around where books I start to like them and when I start to not like them, where it's like around 600 pages is where there's like hardly any books that I've given 5 stars, and then under 600 books, there's even between 500 and 600, there's so many books that I've given 5 stars. That hours are more important for sure. That's just like a hard thing to keep track of on Goodreads. Which is why I was like saying like this barely counts because it's like a YA book, and that's like me in my head thinking like, oh, I know that this is going to be shorter, or this was shorter on audio because it was YA, stuff like that. For audiobooks, it's kind of like, I prefer if the book, I guess when an audiobook starts to feel long is when it's like over 20 hours. Like anywhere between like 15 and 20 is like, oh, this is on the longer side. And then when it's over 20, it's like, oh, this is kind of long. But it's not like egregious at that point. Let's see. So at 500 pages, so when it gets below 500 pages, you start to see a lot more, like Wool, Terrier, Shift, The Collected Fictions by Jorge Luis Borges, The Return of the King, Fossil Men, Heart of Blood and Ashes, The Life of Elizabeth I, The Fellowship of the Ring, The Assassination of Brainwayne Spurge, which like doesn't even count because it's like half pictures. It's like a 6-hour audiobook or less. I think it's 6 hours. Like there's significantly a lot more between 500 and 600 that I did give 5 stars. The Dark Lord of Dirkholm, Mysterious Benedict Society. This is like I don't know, 4.5. I feel like I am a lot more likely to like something between 500 and 600 than I am to like something over 600. And then under 500 is like definitely my preferred. But yes, audiobook hours is something I do pay more attention to. And as far as like picking stuff up on audio though, it's really only when it's like over 15 that I'm like, oh, that's a little bit longer. And then if it's over 20, that's like when it stopped. Like, not that it deters me from picking it up, but it kind of is like, ugh, do I feel like picking up something so long right now? And then if it's, I don't know when is like the exact cutoff of like, ugh, do I even want to read this? I'm not sure. Because I kind of just steer away from picking up long books at all at this point. Just because it's something I've noticed in the last like probably like 6 years of reading is that like the longer the book, the more likely it is that I won't enjoy it. Which Chris does not understand at all. He's like, but long books are the best. And I'm like, no. When Rin aced the Keiju, the Emperor-wide test to find the most talented youth to learn the academies, it was a shock to everyone. To the test officials who couldn't believe a war orphan from Rooster Province could pass without cheating, to Rin's guardians who believed that they'd be able to marry her off and further their criminal enterprise, and to Rin herself, who realized she was finally free of the servitude and despair that had made up her daily existence. That she got into Sinigard, the most elite military school in Nikken, was even more surprising. But surprises aren't always good. Fantasy, historical fiction. Oh, is it historical fiction? I want to give it a try, but I would not be surprised if I DNF'd it. I think it would be better if I read it like in the spring or summer, because then maybe it will feel like less of a drag. I don't know. Institute of Magic by Lindsay Hall. Wow, this has really good ratings. Okay, so I don't like, I tend to, I don't know. I tend to steer away from books written in first person. I don't know. They just don't really vibe for me as much. So seeing that this is written in first person just makes me turned off of it to begin with, but I'll read it. According to legend, I'm supposed to be some kind of all-powerful dragon god, gifted with the magic of gods. Instead, I'm a dud. In fact, I'm currently failing out of the undercover protectorate's magic institute. It's a supernatural version of Scotland Yard. Blah, blah, blah. No, I don't want to read this. Okay. The Turnip Princess and Other Newly Discovered Fairy Tales. A rare discovery in the world of fairy tales, now for the first time in English. With this volume, the Holy Trinity of fairy tales, the Brothers Grimm, Charles Perrault, and Hans Christian Andersen become a quartet. In the 1850s, Franz Xaver von Schönwerth traversed the forest, lowlands, and mountains of northern Bavaria to record fairy tales, gaining the admiration of even the Brothers Grimm. Most of Schonworth's works were lost until a few years ago when 30 boxes of manuscripts were uncovered in the Dorman Municipal Archive. Yeah. I mean, I'm always down to read fairy tales. Okay. I don't know if I like this cover. Okay, sorry. The saving the world is such a bother when it makes you late for tea. By day, book-loving wizard Lily Singer manages library archives. By night, she sleeps, of course. In between, she studies magic and tries... It's a cute cover? Okay. I mean this one. I don't know. There's something about the art style that is... I don't like their faces. I think I would like it in a different... I think I would like the same composition in another art style better. Oh, you're talking about the blue one. Okay, yeah. I don't mind the blue one. I don't like this one. I don't like his face. It... He makes me think of, like the prince in, like, a fairy tale cartoon who's, like, very, like, full of himself and, like, always, like, kissing himself in the mirror. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, but the blue one is... There's something wrong with his face, yeah. I don't like this. But this one is fine. But I went down to look at the covers because it says this is an alternate cover. So then I went to go look at the alternate cover, which is the purple one, and I don't like it. I think the composition is fine if it was in a different art style. She sleeps, of course. In between, she studies magic and tries to keep her witch friend Sebastian from dragging her into trouble. Unfortunately, trouble comes looking for her on a regular basis. I don't know who that is. Johnny Packer? Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, it just has that, like, you know what I'm talking about, though, that, like, smoldery kind of face in a cartoon. Is it not? Oh, it does say that it's a romance. I was like, is it a romance or is it not? I do want... Well, this isn't even... I wonder when they did redo the cover. I don't know. When Sebastian needs help breaking a magical curse, Lily knows things are not as they seem. Their quest to unravel the truth and free tormented souls uncovers hints about Lily's mysterious past and those working to hide it from her. As if that were not enough, Sebastian gets them stuck in a time loop, and Lily must track down the culprit. But there are but they are not the only ones interested in this strange phenomenon. And it becomes a race to the source of magical disturbances, with all their lives hanging in the balance. Full of unexpected twists and snarky humor, Love Lies and Hocus Pocus Beginnings is book one in the Lily Singer Adventures of Urban Fantasy series. Diana liked this one. They will use the cover like when you search for it, but if you go directly from your shelf, they'll use the one that you like. But yeah, if you choose the one you like and then just search for it, yeah, they'll choose the most popular one, which is annoying. Oh no. Just started this book and I do not like the main character. Starts off with her on a date where she sneers at a guy for liking hamburgers and for being fat and for liking to play games. She's also described as being 24 and being a head librarian. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not into the fat phobia. Uh. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete that. Doesn't seem worth it. What is this about? I like this cover. I got distracted again. Have you ever wished your cat could talk to you? And if so, allow my story to be your cautionary tale. Oh no. My life was going just fine by most standards. I ran a successful business in a tight-knit magical community, and I lived just blocks from a beautiful lake and a series of hiking trails. Then Celine showed up. According to some magical code, I inherited my aunt's ancient familiar, a grumpy 10-pound cat with a broken filter. She fancies herself a saber-toothed tiger and claims to have wrestled the thread of her ninth life from the hands of fates themselves. Although I'm pretty sure the last part isn't true. Almost positive. The personality of Sophia from the Golden Girls. I have never seen the Golden Girls. My ex-husband just moved back to town. I don't know. I don't think I want to read it, but I think it could definitely... I think it could definitely be for other people. Doesn't sound bad. It just doesn't sound for me. Oh, Elizabeth loved this one. I just don't think I want to read it, but... It's endorsed by Elizabeth. You own that book. Maybe it had a different cover. Phantom Evil. Okay, so I've kept this on my TBR because Sarah from, I don't know, she's always changing her name on YouTube. It used to be The Bookish Knitter, and now I think it's reading category romance. She really loves this, and I wanted to read it because of her. Oh, Elizabeth loves this one too. But I can't check anything that Elizabeth rate, or not Elizabeth, sorry. I can't check anything that Sarah rates because she deleted her whole Goodreads. One of your favorite series. Mari liked this one. I'm hesitant about, I think, so I want to try it because I think it's kind of an interesting premise. And I think it would just be fun to try. But also I'm scared because there's never mind, I'll keep going. There's 38 books plus like a crap ton of novellas. I don't think I want to read a 38 book series. That sounds scary. Like, I think almost for certain I would DNF this series. Not necessarily the book itself, but I think there's almost not a shot in hell that I would read this whole series. So it's like, is it worth starting a series with 38 not 38, 93 works in total and 39 primary works? Plus 2 spin-off series? What the so then it's like, is it worth even trying? I'm trying to think if there's any like long series that I love. I feel like the longest series that I've read are like 6 books, 7 books. And occasionally I binge a series, but they're like a 6-book series. So a secret government unit, a group of renegade paranormal investigators, and a murder no one else can crack. Though haunted by the recent deaths of 2 teammates, Jackson Crow knows that the living Jackson Crow knows that the living commit the most heinous crimes. A police officer utilizing her paranormal institution, Angela Hawkins already has her hands full of mystery and bloodshed, but one assignment calls to them too strongly to resist. In a historic mansion in New Orleans, French Quarter, a senator's wife falls to her death. Most think she's jumped, some say she was pushed, and yet others believe she was beckoned by the ghost spirits inhabiting the house. Once the site of a serial killer's grisly work. And they're really short too, which is nice. I think a lot of the audiobooks are like 7 or 8 hours long. I did read a series of Unfortunate Events that's 13 books, but I also read them when I was a child. Like, I have not read them as an adult. So, I love that every other book that I've been iffy on, Elizabeth's like, delete it, delete it, delete it. And then this one, she was like, just try it. I sense some bias. Okay, I'll try it though. So, mystery, fantasy, romance. Oh, and I have really wanted to try it, and I mean, I haven't deleted it from my TBR yet. Like, I've kept it on here for a long time, even though I'm like, I don't think I'll read this whole series, but because I'm like very specifically interested in this series. Like, I'm not particularly interested in this author in general. It's like I'm very specifically interested in the Crew of Hunter series because that's the one that Sarah from Reading Category Romance, I guess is her name now, has talked about so much. And like she rereads the series all the time and stuff. Heather Graham is a good author. Okay. I don't know. She's just, yeah. Sarah has like talked so much about this series that I'm just like, oh, I wanna know what you're talking about. I wanna have some like basis for this. Even though Sarah and I don't agree on books a lot of the time. The Murder Machine. Oh, that has really bad ratings. Oh no. Heather Graham. Yeah, Sarah reads every book the author publishes. Yeah, I guess she does read other books besides Crew of Hunters, but by Heather Graham, I mean she reads other books besides Crew of Hunters, obviously, but but Crew of Hunters is the one that I'm like, ugh, I just want to be able to know. You did not like the Murder Machine. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I think I'm just gonna start with that, and then I can always try more stuff by Heather Graham. I think that is what I want to be my first book by her, and then I'll see how I go from there. Victoria Thompson. I don't know if I have any other books on my TBR by her. Maybe not. Murder on Astor Place. After a routine delivery, midwife Sarah Brandt visits her patient in a rooming house and discovers that another boarder young girl has been killed. At the request of Sergeant Frank Mallory, she searches the girl's room and discovers that the victim is from one of the most prominent families in New York, and the sister is an old friend. The powerful family, fearful of scandal, refuses to permit an investigation, but with Mallory's help, Sarah begins a dangerous quest to bring the killer to justice, before death claims another victim. This is older, 99. I think I think this would be perfectly fine to listen to, but I don't know that I'm very excited or interested in it. I don't know. It is interesting that it's set in the US. I feel like most like historical mystery series, especially in like the 1800s, are all like set in the in England, to be honest. So it is interesting that it's New York, but I don't know. A dark, cozy mystery. That's such an interesting phrase. I just think a lot of times if I'm reading a mystery, I just want it to be like fun. And this doesn't sound very fun. So I think I'm good to let it go. Ugh, The Wicked Deep. Has anybody read The Wicked Deep? I'm checking my TBR. Bunch of my friends seem to have given it 4 stars. So the only reason this is still on my TBR is because I have like an arc of it that I got from one of my old jobs. So but I don't know that I'm really interested in it. Let me check. I didn't see you as I scrolled through, so I don't know. It was on your TBR list for a while. Okay. I mean, it has okay ratings, has a lot of ratings. Hocus Pocus and Practical Magic meet Salem witch trials in this haunting story about 3 sisters on a quest for revenge and how love may be the only thing powerful enough to stop them. Welcome to the cursed town of Sparrow, where 2 centuries ago 3 sisters were sentenced to death for witchery. Stones were tied to their ankles and they were drowned in the deep water surrounding the town. Now for a brief time each summer, these sisters return, stealing the bodies of 3 weak-hearted girls so that they may seek their revenge, luring boys into the harbor and pulling them under. Like many locals, 17-year-old Penny Talbot has accepted the fate of the town. But this year, on the eve of the sisters' return, a boy named Bo Carter arrives, unaware of the danger he has just stumbled into. Mistrust and lies spread quickly through the salty, rain-soaked streets. The townspeople turn against one another. Penny and Bo suspect each other of hiding secrets, and death comes swiftly to those who cannot resist the call of the sisters. But only Penny sees what others cannot, and she will be forced to save Bo or save herself. Nope, it's still on your TBR. I don't know. I don't think I want to read this. Like, it sounds fine. It sounds like it would be perfectly good read. Oh, that must have been a cover ad for me because that description does not sound great. It sounds like it would be a fine read. It just doesn't sound like it would be like a 5-star by any means. It sounds like it would be like a 3.5 star. But the problem is I deeply dislike Hocus Pocus. I do not like Practical Magic. So it's like I'm not even interested in like the things that it's like trying to grip you with. Ooh, look at this cover. I like this cover too. I've never even seen that before. Yeah, I think I'm okay to let this one go, which means I can go like unhaul it off of my shelves, which is good. Um, oh, I guess Elizabeth, you could have been stuck in this major collapse of apparently like 50 of my friends have read it. I didn't even realize. Okay, Vanessa said the atmosphere of this book was unbelievable. And even though I found the story a bit strange and lackluster at times, I enjoyed every second I spent reading this book. That is quite the sell. Um, yeah, okay. So it feels like we're not making any progress, but I've deleted, I feel like, a lot of books. Plus, I keep getting distracted. Okay, Carry the Ocean. Okay. Normal. Normal is just a setting on the dryer. High school graduate Jeremy Sampson is looking forward to burying his head under the covers and sleeping until it's time to leave for college. Then a tornado named Emmett Washington enters his life. The double major in math and computer science is handsome, forward, wicked smart, interested in dating Jeremy, and he's autistic. But Jeremy doesn't judge him for that. He's too busy judging himself, as are his parents, who don't believe in things like clinical depression. When his untreated illness reaches a critical breaking point, Emmett is the white knight who rescued him and brings him along as a roommate to the Roosevelt, a quirky new assisted living facility nearby. Warning, contains characters obsessed with trains and counting, positive representation of autism and mental illness, and a very dark moment in Elwood Blues. So this was recommended to me. All of these were recommended to me the time that I added them to my TBR. So, in June of 2018. This was recommended to me in June of 2018. I don't remember by who. It was by someone online. And it does not sound like something I want to read. Oof. I don't know. I was kind of waiting to see if one of you would own up to making me add this to my TBR, but you could add notes. Oh, not right there. But they do have something where you can go in and add and write a review. You could do private notes to yourself. So like blah blah blah. Which I have done some private notes sometimes. I don't use it very much, but it has been occasionally helpful. But none of you were adding up to saying that, or owning up to saying that this is one of your favorite books. So I don't think any of you made me add it. So that means I can delete it. Because I don't want to read that. It's just, I think also, that last author was non-binary, so that was a little bit better, but I'm just wanting to read books by I don't know. That author, well, they didn't say they were non-binary, but they said they used they them pronouns. So I assume they're non-binary. I don't know. But like, I don't want to read books. It's not very interesting for me to want to read books by women about male romances, if that makes sense. Which, like, that last one didn't fit in the category, but also I didn't want to read, like, basically, like, just barely out of high school, assumedly smutty romance, is what that sounded like it was gonna be. Like, it said that he was, like, he was just, like, barely a college, or a high school graduate and stuff, and I don't know, it just seemed like they were really young, and it just didn't I don't know, it didn't sound that interesting, but I don't know, I feel like gay men have been, like, so commodified by women in the romance genre. It's something that I wasn't really super aware of when I started adding some of these gay romance books to my TBR, and now that I'm more aware of it, it's just, like, kind of just something I want to be more cognizant of, like, what books I'm choosing to read about gay men. So, I'm not even going to read the description of that. I don't really care. I'm just going to delete this. Okay. I think I did try to read this a couple years ago, maybe like 4 years ago, and couldn't get into it and put it down to try to come back to later. It does not have good ratings, though. When women ruled the world, 6 queens of Egypt. Olive didn't love it. Most of my friends haven't loved it. Nobody has loved it. Okay, yeah. Probably not worth reading. I maybe will try to find maybe some other books that fit this niche, but I mean, if like none of my friends have loved it and then like all the first ratings are like bad, like oof. London, the Biography by Peter Ackroyd. Much of Peter Ackroyd's work has been concerned with the life and past of London, but here is the culmination. It is his definitive account of the city. For him, it is a living organism with its own laws of growth and change. So London is a biography rather than a history. It differs from other histories too, in the range and diversity of its content. Ackroyd portrays London from the time of the Druids to the beginnings of the 21st century, noting magnificence in both epochs, but this is not a simple chronological record. There are chapters on the history of silence and the history of light, the history of childhood and the history of suicide, the history of Cockney speech and the history of drink. London is perhaps the most important study of the city ever written and confirms Ackroyd's status as what one critic has called our age's greatest London imagination. 822 pages. I think that's bigger than 600. I do own this book, and it is thick. And it looks like Diana has read this multiple times. I do find it easier to split nonfiction up to read over a large amount of time, though, because you're not following, like, you're not attempting to follow, like, a story or whatever, though. You can, like, split up, like, sections to read and stuff. So that might not be as much of an issue for me, though. Okay. So they said that this book did not work for them because of the writing style, but then other people were like, this is the most brilliant thing I've ever read in my life. Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try it, but I'm very willing to DNF it if it's not working for me. Fräulein Schmidt and Mr. N. Struther. Okay, so this is Elizabeth von Arnim. I've read a couple books by her, and they've been kind of hit or miss. I have read The Enchanted April, which I gave 4 stars, Elizabeth and Her German Garden, which I gave 2 stars. So I'm interested in reading more of her books, but I'm like, oof, I don't know if I'm gonna like it or not. What? Holy shit. Okay, I've never read her biography thing, though. She was an English novelist born in Australia. She married a German aristocrat, and her earliest works are set in Germany. Her first marriage made her Countess von Arnim, blah blah blah, and her second, Elizabeth Russell, Countess Russell. After her first husband's death, she had a 3-year affair with the writer H.G. Wells, and then later married Earl Russell. Her elder brother of the Nobel Prize winner and philosopher Bertrand Russell. She was a cousin of the New Zealand-born writer Catherine Mansfield. Though known in early life as May, her first book introduced her to the readers as Elizabeth, which she eventually became to friends and finally to family. Her writings are ascribed to Elizabeth von Arnim. She used the pseudonym Alice Cholmondeley for only one novel, Christine, published in 1917. She had an affair with H.G. Wells? Bertrand Russell. A History of Western Philosophy. Earl Russell. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Anyway. So this one is, what on earth would have induced Mr. Anstruther to fall in love with Fräulein Schmidt? He is an eligible English bachelor from a good family with great expectations. She is a plain poor spinster daughter of a German scholar. But Rosemary Schmidt is also funny, intelligent, brave, and gifted with an irrepressible talent for happiness. The real question is, does Mr. Anstruther know how lucky he is? So it's a classic romance. Don't have any friends who've read it. Yeah. I think I own this one. I own a couple of her books in this series, the vintage series with the red spines. So it's a classic romance. I had no idea she was English. I thought she was German this whole time. And then Vera is the other one that I have. Lucy and Twistle and Everend Weymouth are both reeling from recent unhappiness when they meet and swiftly fall in love. Lucy is Weymouth's sweet girl, and to Lucy, Everend is the whole world. The only blot on Lucy's happiness is the shadowy figure of Weymouth's first wife, Vera, who died in mysterious circumstances. But it is not until the happy couple return home and begin their life of wedded bliss that Lucy really begins to wonder what did happen to Vera. When did Rebecca come out? Which came first, this or Rebecca? Yeah, this came out 2 decades before Rebecca. Doesn't it sound Rebecca-y? Sharply insightful, mysterious, remarkable, a brief tale that is more generalized as part of human relationships than one I would wish to admit, beautifully told. It's also been compared to Rebecca and Wuthering Heights. So interesting. I did not know. Yeah, it's a classic gothic romance thriller. So fun. I didn't know. Which is why I need to be reading the descriptions of books. I'm not good at that. I'm just like, oh yeah, I want to read more books by this author. Don't read the descriptions. Okay. I did just read the description of this one because I was going through the mass market paperbacks I own in our fantasy collection. And I decided to keep this. But because I want to try it, but I don't know that I'll necessarily like love it, but I want to try it. By Trudy Canavan. The Magician's Guild. We should expect this young woman to be more powerful than our average novice, possibly even more powerful than the average magician. This year, like every other year, the magicians of Imarden gather to purge the city of undesirables. Cloaked in the protection of their sorcery, they move with no fear of the vagrants and miscreants who despise them and their work, until one enraged girl, barely more than a child, hurls a stone at the hated invaders and effortlessly penetrates their magical shield. What the Magician's Guild has long dreaded has finally come to pass. There is someone outside their ranks who possesses a raw power beyond imagining, an untrained mage who must be found and schooled before she destroys herself and her city with a force she cannot yet control. So I was looking at this to see if I wanted to read this, if I wanted to keep it on my shelves, because I was trying to do a bit of a purge to make sure, like, our mass market paperbacks, like, fit on the shelves and everything. And apparently there's, like, a good, like, master student, like, teacher student relationship that has just, like, that's not, like, weird at all. That's, like, just, like, a good teacher student relationship that's just on the up and up and just scholarly and chill and stuff, and, like, people really liked that relationship and stuff, and they like the magic and things. And so yeah, anyway, I thought it was, like, worth giving a try, and I already own it. And it's fantasy and romance, but I have no idea who the romance is with. Okay, I'm gonna take another quick break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, so I'm not quite done with my. I have been over the last. I've been basically doing this since the beginning of September. Over the last month, I've been going through and updating our like physical TBR. Not TBR. I don't know why I said that. Our physical owned shelves, because there were a lot of books that we had unhauled and we never removed them from our owned collection, or there were some books that like we had that we did own that either slipped through the cracks, or like when we did our initial inventory, somehow they didn't get added. I think there was like a glitch when they got added and they just didn't get added, because we're like, we've owned that for so long, how is it not on there? Like, I know I added that, like how did it not get added? So I've been going through. I have a little bit more to do, but I'm almost done. It will probably take me a few more hours to finish, but we're over 3,000. Right around 3,100 right now, maybe, or 3,050, somewhere between those two numbers. But there's probably like 1 to 200 more books that I need to go through and add. So yeah, around 3,000. That's hard though, because some books aren't on Goodreads to get added, and then also because we own some obscure books, and then also like our comic collection, like some books aren't like single issue comics, some are on there and some aren't, so like it's technically more than that, but not a huge amount more than that. I don't know. It's a lot. But also I'm gonna be trying to do a lot of reading and purging. That's the goal. It was a lot. It was a lot to pack them all up and move them all. We had like 50 boxes of books or more. I don't remember how many boxes we had of books, but it was a lot. And we did do huge purges before we moved, but we've also bought some books since we moved here. Not like huge amounts, but some like from used bookstores and stuff. Honestly, Chris did like all the book packing for the most part. I did a little bit, but he did most of it because he's awesome. I don't know what else to say about that. He's just he's just great. I worked up until the last like week before we moved. I was working like out of the house, and he was working from home, so he was very good to do a lot of the packing that I didn't have a lot of the energy for. Witchfire by James Clemens. From a brilliant new voice in fantasy comes a band of heroes, a world in peril, and an unforgettable heroine whose unexpected gift in magic awakens an ancient slumbering evil. On a fateful night 5 centuries ago, 3 made a desperate last stand, sacrificing everything to preserve the only hope of goodness in a beautiful doomed land of Alcea? I don't know. Now on the anniversary of that ominous night, a girl child. Ugh, I don't like that. I don't. Ugh. A girl child ripens into the heritage of a lost power, but before she can even comprehend her terrible new gift, the Dark Lord dispatches his winged monsters to capture her and bring him the embryonic magic she embodies. I don't like these words they're using. Fleeing the minions of darkness, Alina is swept towards certain doom and into the company of unexpected allies, aided by a one-armed warrior and a strange seer. She forms a band of the hunted and the cursed, the outcasts and the outlaws, a battle of the unstoppable forces of evil, and rescue a once glorious empire. It has good ratings. I don't know. I think I don't care about reading this. Icky. I don't like some of the words they chose. Okay. So this next book is 864 pages. I was reading this one in 2023. The audiobook is 34 hours long. What are your guesses? How far did I get into the audiobook? I never moved it onto my red shelf because I had the delusion that I was going to finish it. I got so far into this book. Ugh. I don't think I'm going to finish it though. I think I should just move it to my DNF though. If I got, what did I say, 34? $20.40? And I got 22 hours in. Nope. Because I was just reading a little bit every day for like a month. I listened to 1,336 minutes of this. I 2040. No. How do you figure out what percentage you're in to a book again? Is it like that? No. I think it's the other way around. Oh, I think I did it wrong anyway. No, it is the other way. Yeah, it was 65% of the way in. That's disgusting. Oh, time percentage calculator. Yeah, that's smarter. I always just do the math like this, but then I can never remember. But I was 64.9, etc. in. I'll do that next time. Thank you, Elizabeth. I've never even thought about looking up a time percentage calculator. So, I think I should just mark this book DNF'd. Oh. Because I don't think I'll ever finish it now. Because I haven't even picked it up since 2023. I probably last touched this around this time in 2023. Maybe even before that. $65% though. 65% of an 800-page book though. That's so many pages, and it was not worth it. Because I got burnt out, and it wasn't that good. What a fucking waste of time. But I'm finally getting it off my TBR at least, because it's just been sitting there. But I kind of decided about a year and a half ago when we moved that I probably wasn't going to finish it, because that's when I unhauled the physical book. I did own the physical book, and I unhauled it because I was like, I'm probably not going to finish this. And even if I do, I'm not going to keep it because I don't love it. Rest in peace to all the minutes wasted. 1,300 minutes wasted reading this book. Steve really loves the Dorsey books. Dorsey. Or Dorsey? A.k.a. the genetic general. Throughout the 14 worlds of humanity, no race is as feared and disrespected as the Dorsey. The ultimate warriors. They are known for their deadly rages, unbreakable honor, and fierce independence. No man rules the Dorsey, but their mastery of the art of war has made them most valuable mercenaries in the known universe. Yeah, I don't care about reading this book. Oh, a Hugo Award nominee for Best Novel in 1960. None of my friends have actually read it. If I was interested in doing one of those, like, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, Elizabeth. Has he? Or you check out the Dungeon Crawl I mean, I know what Dungeon Crawler Carl books are. But are these two different thoughts? Are they connected? I know Steve likes these books because he sent them to us. Well, he sent them to Chris. My husband is a friend. Yeah, so Chris, sorry, did I say Chris loves these books? I meant to say Steve. I don't know what I'm saying. Steve loves these books, and he sent them to Chris before Chris and I even met. And we own these books because of that, but I don't think I'm interested in reading them. That's the only reason they were on my TBR, though, is because we own them because Steve sent them to us. Yes, my husband is a friend. I don't know what I was saying. What gibberish was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. Are you saying I should... Oh, I said Chris. Okay. I did not mean to say that. I meant to say Steve. I probably said Chris because I was trying to say that Steve sent them to Chris. And I was just saying gibberish. And then a separate thought is that I should check out Dungeon Crawler Carl. But I don't want to read Dorsey or Dorsey. That does not sound interesting to me at all. But we still own them, and we'll probably own them forever, because I don't know if Chris will ever get to them. But he's going to hold on to them, because Steve sent them to him. I have no interest in reading Dungeon Crawler Carl, but I understand why people love it. Did you read it? Did you love it? Yeah, I'm not personally interested in it, but I know so many people are so into it in the last, year or so, or however long. I know a bunch of people at my old work at the library are also super into it right now and stuff. I was just talking to someone about it. But yeah, I have unfortunately zero interest in it, and I'm trying to be good about not adding things that I genuinely have zero interest in. But I'm glad you love it. I think you're reading the series and liking it. Nice. I think there's definitely a few books that I want to try in that, genre still. A lit RPG genre. But even I've tried maybe 5 books in that genre, and I've only liked one of them. So even that genre is pretty iffy for me. Hansbrinker or the Silver Skates. Where is this author from? They're from New York City? I had no idea. I did not think this was a American book. I had no freaking idea. This is one of those books that, I felt like I needed to read forever. With zero interest. And then I've just always felt like I need to read this, I should read it, I need to read it, I should read it. I don't want to read this book. I'm gonna delete this book. Okay. Hades' Daughter. Look at this cover. Book 1 in the Troy Game by Sarah Douglas. created by gods, destroyed by revenge, reborn in the darkest magic vault, the Troy game. The ancient Aegean sorcery lives on. Theseus bested the Minotaur with the aid of Ariadne, mistress of the labyrinth. You remember watching the movie when you were little, but you can't remember if you liked it or not. For Hans Brinker? I didn't know there was a movie. For a second, I thought you were talking about Hades' daughter, and I was like, I don't think this is a movie. But Hans Brinker most definitely is a movie. Even if I didn't know it was. It surely is. But I thought you were talking about this, and I was like, there's a movie? Ariadne, mistress of the labyrinth. So when Theseus betrays her, Ariadne turns her wrath upon him and all the world. The catastrophe strikes the Mediterranean. Thera explodes. Atlantis sinks below the waves. Poison fills the air. Tidal waves inundate nations. Entire peoples are destroyed. You gotta get your life together before tomorrow. That makes sense. Well, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'm glad maybe streaming earlier on a Sunday worked out and that you were able to hang out with me. I appreciate it so much. I hope tonight is good and your week is amazing. Thank you, thank you. Good luck. Amid the chaos, the great city of Troy falls, undone as much by Ariadne's revenge as by Greek cunning. Among the scattered Trojans wander one man, Brutus, who carries with him the Troy game, the greatest secret the Western world has ever known, and Ariadne wants it badly, as do her wicked daughter heir successors. The Greek goddess Artemis appears to Brutus. I'm so fucking confused. What is happening? This sounds like a really complicated book. Also, it is 37 pages too long. 38 pages too long. Readers also enjoyed A Book I DNF'd, a book by a child abuser. I don't have any opinion on these last two books, but those are two books that do not bring me great confidence that I will like this book. %95% of the characters are clueless and or malicious dunderheads. Oof, I don't think I would enjoy reading this. I think I'm okay to let this one go. Oof. It doesn't feel... Gosh, I added so many books in June of 2018. Like, it doesn't feel like I've made great progress, but I've deleted a lot of books off my TBR, especially considering that I've added several. I'll keep going for a little bit longer. David Farland, The Rune Lords. More old fantasy, a little too long as well. Young Prince Gaborn Val Orden of Mystaria is traveling in disguise on a journey to ask for the hand of the lovely Princess Loam of Iomi, sorry. I don't know why I said Loam. Iomi of Silvarestra, when he and his warrior bodyguards spot a pair of assassins who've set their sights on the princess's father. The pair race to warn the king of impending danger and realizes that more than the royal family are at risk. The very fate of the earth is in jeopardy. Damn. That's a big a big twist. Okay, 2 of my friends have read it and they hated it. It's okay reviews, mostly 4 stars. No. 9 books? Is that true? No, don't be true. Ew. When did the last book come out? Who knows? I don't think the last book ever did come out. The last book never did come out. Oh, 'cause he died. Oh, damn. So it's an unfinished series by a dead author. Maybe. Yeah. What is with the names in fantasy books? Don't the authors want us to be able to say them? No, they do not. I don't know. There's nothing about that synopsis that makes me want to keep it. The Silk Roads, A New History of the World. Far more than a history of the Silk Roads, this book is truly a revolutionary new story of the world, promising to destabilize notions of where we come from and where we are headed next. From the Middle East and its political instability to China and its economic rise, the vast region stretching eastward from the Balkans across the steppe and South Asia has been thrust into the global spotlight in recent years. Frankopan teaches us to understand what is at stake for the cities and nations built on these intricate trade routes. We must first understand their astonishing pasts. I'm interested sometimes with with nonfiction. I do like seeing the lowest ratings and just seeing like why people didn't like them, because I feel like it can just help me get an idea. I don't know. I don't feel like I do it as much with fiction as much as I do with nonfiction. Yeah. It is not a history of the Silk Roads. If you're looking for descriptions of the trade route systems, goods traders, trade journeys, etc., forget about it. This book focuses more on Western-based historical development as well as events. Um, I just feel like with books that are like world history stuff, and especially like this is like, focused on Asia and stuff, like I would rather get my information about it from like an Asian author, because I feel like it's just hard, like, not that that would be unbiased either, but I just feel like it would be more truthful. I feel like it's hard to get like anywhere close to like anything unbiased, that it's likely to be just so like westernized and everything. I don't feel like that's what I'm looking for this kind of information. Creature of the Pines. This is like the Unicorn Rescue Society. How long is this series now? 6 books? Okay. But they're like, there's like a Bigfoot one, Sasquatch, Chupacabras. What's the word I'm looking for? Like cryptids, kind of, I guess. Unicorns are real. At least we think they are. Are you ready to protect the creatures of myth and legend? Then you belong in the Unicorn Rescue Society. Hurry, the creatures need you. Elliot Eisner isn't exactly thrilled with the first day of his new school. His class is going on a field trip to the creepy forest called Pine Barrens. The trip is being led by Professor Fauna, the weirdest teacher Elliot has ever met. And the only kid who talked to Elliot, Uchenna Devereaux, isn't afraid of danger. She likes danger. Elliot and Uchenna are about to become part of a secret group of adventurers, the Unicorn Rescue Society, whose goal is to protect and defend the world's mythical creatures. Together with Professor Fauna, Elliot and Uchenna must help rescue Jersey Devil from a duo of conniving, greedy billionaires, the Schmoke brothers. Is this the Jersey Devil? It's so cute. That's so funny. I did not realize this was about the Jersey Devil because it's so adorable. I don't know if you've seen the What We Do in the Shadows, but I always think of the Jersey Devil from that. Which is not cute. I don't know. I think if I was still like working in the children's bookstore and stuff, I think that's just the name of the club, is the Unicorn Rescue Society, but that's like the unicorn stands in for all the creatures that they go to rescue, because they rescue dragons and Sasquatches and all these different things. I don't know. Unicorn is just a stand-in for all the mythical creatures. It's just a way to hook kids, but it doesn't actually have anything to do with unicorns. um, I think if I was still working at the children's bookstore, then I would read it, but since I'm not, and I feel like there's incredible children's books coming out all the time, I don't know. I do have the arc of this one and the sequel, and I feel like this would maybe be perfectly fine, but I don't think I actually care about it. What else has he written? Oh yeah, and I DNF'd one of his books. He has another one that I actually really like the cover of. Because I'm just so into this like illuminated manuscript look. So, yeah, I think I'm okay to let that one go. But if I was still working at the bookstore, I would consider it. 3 Parts Dead by Max Gladstone. What else has Max Gladstone written? Oh. Okay, so I did know that this book came out, The Craft Wars. I didn't realize that this series is called The Craft Sequence, though, so they're almost definitely connected. Interesting. Yeah, because I think I saw this one, because that, don't look at the description, but that cover is really cool. Okay. If nothing else, whoever the cover artist is not doing him dirty. Okay, a god has died, and it isn't, and it's up to Tara, first year associate in the international necromantic firm of, oh my god, my brain, firm of Kelithres, Albrecht, and Ow, to bring him back to life before his city falls apart. Her client is Koz, recently deceased fire guard of the city Alt Kulum. Kulumb. Without him, the metropolis's steam generators will shut down, its trains will cease running, and its 4 million citizens will riot. Tara's job, rescue Koz before chaos sets in. Her only help, Abelard, a chain-smoking priest of the dead god, who's having an understandable crisis of faith. Wait, this sounds so fun, but also my brain feels like it's breaking because I don't know any of these words. Wait, this sounds so fun. What the hell? Did Chris read this one? Doesn't look like it. Also, Chris hasn't updated his Goodreads in like 4 years, so. I don't see him. Because he's not here. And he's not here, and he's not here. So maybe he never added it to his want to read shelf because we own this book. So I don't know why he wouldn't have added it. But I don't know if he actually ever read it. That sounds so fun. Fantasy, mystery, sci-fi. Ugh. And this is why I need to read through what books are actually about, because I don't know when I would have picked this up. But it actually sounds really fun. Okay. 3 Parts Dead. Interesting. Ugh, I hate it when it does that. And it has a good rating. Average rating. which isn't everything, but is good to know. Is this Patrick Rothfuss? Yeah, it is. That's so funny. This book had potential, but was ultimately just a mess. It felt manic. Okay. So I'll just know that going in. Wolf Walker by Tara K. Harper. Less than 1,000 ratings. Dion was a healer and a wolf walker, and the unique telepathic bond that she shared with the wolf Grey sometimes seemed to amplify her sensitivity to her patients. But she never guessed how strong that bond could be, or what kind of power it could wield, until she found herself lost in the wilderness with angry slavers at her heels and war on the horizon. Suddenly, she and her fellow travelers were fighting for their lives in the snowy winter wastes, where the wolves were the only guides, the greatest secrets of the ancients, their only salvation, and Dion was their only hope to survive. Very old fantasy, 1990. I mean, not very old, but relatively, considering most of the stuff on my TBR is from the 2010s. Okay, so none of my friends have rated it. I wonder if people hated it, why they did hate it. I said I don't do this with fiction, but apparently I do. I just said I don't do it as often with fiction. You've never heard of it? Of Wolfwalker? Cutie little wolf. I'm willing to give it a try. Fantasy sci-fi is interesting, that it is like distinctly on there as both. I really enjoyed the Feed Them Silence by, was that Lee Mandello? I really enjoyed that one. So, not that I think this is going to be the same at all, but this is about a scientist in the mind of a wolf, and I really loved this. Well, I didn't really love it, but I gave it 4 stars. I really liked it a lot. So, this is a little bit more horror science-y, though it's not really fantasy, but kind of makes me more inclined to want to read it for some reason, even though I know they're not going to be similar at all. I feel like I'm never gonna get to the bottom of this page because I keep deleting books. Which is not why I'm keeping this one. To make clear. The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I don't know. Do I want to read this book? So, reasons why I might want to keep this book on my TBR. I have this beautiful little, like, pocket collector's library edition that my sister and mom picked up for me in France from Shakespeare, the Shakespeare Library, whatever it's called there. Dropped like across from Notre Dame. And that's why I might want to read it, is because I have a beautiful copy of it that's from Notre Dame that has like the Shakespeare Company stamp in it. That's very sentimental to me. But on the other hand, I can keep this sentimental, beautiful book on my shelf without reading it, and that's okay. I don't know. Frollo, do. I don't think I actually care about reading this. You hate the movie. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the movie either, but it is one of Chris's favorite movies. Yeah, maybe I'll just watch Olive's Wishbone on it. Yeah, I don't think I want to read this. Ugh. I think I'm okay just keeping my beautiful edition. Like, I'm never going to get rid of it because it's so beautiful and it's so kind that they picked it up for me. And I'm like, I've never been outside of America. I've technically been to Mexico. Like an hour drive outside of California, but that's it. But yeah, I'm okay keeping the book, but sometimes that's hard for me, is like, if I'm not going to read this book, I need to get rid of it. But obviously I'm okay keeping a gift. But it feels weird deleting it off my TBR. It feels bad. But I'm not going to read it, and I don't want to read it. I think my sister, the one who gave it to me, says she watches these live streams like after the fact a lot of the time because she can't watch them during. So if you're watching this after, I love you. Thank you for getting it for me. I just don't think I want to read it because it sounds boring and depressing, but I love you. Thank you for getting it for me. I will cherish the physical thing. Okay, I think I would try to read this. This is E. Nesbitt, who I've read a bunch of her books as a kid, trying to read them as an adult. They tend to be quite racist, which is unsurprising considering the fact that they're from late 1800s, early 1900s. But out of the books I have read by her, this is one that I never have. So it's one that I want to try as an adult. But I'm scared that it would really be racist as well. Like I've found with several of her other books. The Book of Dragons. Dragons of all sorts make for marvelous fun. And this collection of madcap tales is filled with them. Some of the legendary monsters are funny and mischievous, others are downright frightening, and a number of them are wild and unpredictable. There's a dragon made of ice, another that takes refuge in the general post office, a scaly creature that carries off the largest elephant in a zoo, and even a dragon whose gentle purring comforts a tiny tot. Yeah. I want to give it... You've never read her? Yeah, I liked her as a kid, but as an adult, has not aged very well. This is the edition that I own. These Bridgewater books. I do own this edition. I read the Railway Children as an adult, and there were some issues, but I still did really enjoy it. But the Enchanted Castle, I ended up DNFing when I tried to read it a few years ago, because I was just like, ugh, it was bad. They're like magical and fun, but not necessarily aged very well. A bunch of them have like movie adaptations and stuff too. Some better than others. Some of them are probably substantially better than others. I think the Railway Children one is a pretty good movie adaptation from what I remember, but I think The Phoenix and the Carpet, I don't know if I read it as a kid or not, so I don't have it marked, but I watched the movie for sure, and it was terrible. I watched the movie when I was probably like 12. I remember getting it from the library. So this is a fantasy classic. And this is really short. It's 176 pages, but I know the audiobook's about 5 hours, so it'll be quick if I eventually pick it up and it's just a collection of short stories. So eventually I'll do that. Red Mars. In his most ambiguous project to date, Kim Stanley Robinson utilizes years of research and cutting-edge science in the first of a trilogy, chronicling? Is that how you spell chronicling? Anyway, the colonization of Mars. For eons, sandstorms have swept the desolate landscapes. For centuries, Mars has beckoned humans to conquer its hostile climate. I haven't looked too much into it because honestly, my brain just can't handle life right now. But that's so crazy that we found life on Mars. Anyway, now in 2026, hey, it almost is 2026. Maybe I should read this next year. A group of 100 colonists is about to fulfill that destiny. John Boone. When did this come out? Oh my god. He thought that we would... So it came out in 1992, and he was like, yeah, definitely by 2026 we'll be colonizing Mars. No. John Boone, Maya Toivana, Frank Chalmers, Arkady Bogdanov lead a terraforming mission. For some, Mars will become a passion, driving them to daring acts of courage and madness. For others, it offers an opportunity to strip the planet of its riches. For the genetic alchemist, it presents a chance to create a biomedical miracle, a breakthrough that could change all we know about life and death. The colonists orbit giant satellite mirrors to reflect light to the surface. Black dust sprinkled on the polar caps will capture warmth. Massive tunnels, kilometers deep, will be drilled into the mantle to create stupendous vents of hot gases. Against this backdrop of epic upheaval, rivalries, loves, and friendships will form and fall to pieces. For there are those who will fight to the death to prevent Mars from ever being changed. Brilliantly imagined, breathtaking in scope and ingenuity, Red Mars is an epic scientific saga chronicling the next step in evolution, creating a world in its entirety. It shows a future with both glory and tarnish that awes with complexity and inspires with vision. Ugh. Okay, I don't think I want to read this, but I think if I did read it, next month would be a real, or next year would be a really good um year to read it. I think probably hard sci-fi is not the sci-fi for me. I think I won't grasp a lot of what's going on in here, and it's really long, isn't it? I didn't really check, but yeah, 625 pages. I just don't think I care. But I do think it's cool and timely. I can always add it back to my TBR in the future if I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to get into hard sci-fi, but for right now, I don't think that's really where my interest lies. A Confusion of Princes by Garth Nix. Superhuman Immortal, Prince of the Galactic Empire. This is sci-fi? I did not know that. Do not read the synopses of books. There has to be a catch. Oh, I'm moaning because I don't know. What is this name? Kemri learns the minute he becomes a prince that princes need to be hard to kill, for they are always in danger. Their greatest threat? Other princes. Every prince wants to become emperor, and the surest way to do so is to kill, dishonor, or sideline any potential competitor. There are rules, but as Kemri discovers, rules can be bent and even broken. There are also mysteries. Kemri is drawn into the hidden world of the Empire and is dispatched on a secret mission. In the ruins of space battle, he meets a young woman called Rain, who challenges his view of the Empire, of princes, and of himself. But Kemri is a prince, and even if he wanted to leave the Empire behind, there are forces that have very definitive plans for his future. Interesting. It's from 2012. That's so old. I didn't realize it was that old. Okay, so if this was just any old book by any old author with that synopsis, do I think I would keep it on my TBR? Maybe not. But I really like Garth Nix. I think I've very much enjoyed every book I've read by him, which maybe looks like not very many. But that's just because he's written too many. This one is 4 stars, but I think it could become a favorite if I reread it. This one I gave 3 stars, but I think I would possibly like it more upon reread. And then he also wrote a book with a friend. I don't know why it's not showing up, but the first one of this, Have Sword Will Travel, I gave 4 stars. Maybe those are the only ones I've read by him, but I've really liked them, and I want to keep reading more books by him. So, I think I want to give it a try, but I had no idea it was sci-fi. Sci-fi, fantasy, romance. Sounds wacky. Did it say it was a mystery as well, or a thriller? Someone said it was a thriller. On here it doesn't, but somebody said it was a thriller, so I think I'll add it to that as well. Ramona the Pest. Okay, so this can get added to my oldest sequels now, because it's been a long time since I've read the first book. So I guess I can just add it to classics, oldest sequels. Okay. The first book is Beezus and Ramona, and I really loved the first book. I gave it 5 stars when I read it. Like, I very much enjoyed it. I wonder, it's been so long. I read it in 2018. I'm like, should I reread it before continuing on? I don't know. This is my problem, because I wait so long in between. But, I don't know. Either way, it's one of my oldest sequels. I have a problem. Oh, I feel like we're getting so close to the end of this page. I wonder if I could do it before finishing stream. I didn't think I would be able to, but maybe. Under lock. I don't know. Mariana Zapata. I don't know if I trust her. Because I've really liked some of her books, and I've really hated some of her books. I loved these two. I really liked this one. I really liked this one. But I hated Rhythm Chord and whatever that other word is. So I guess I didn't hate that many. I only hated one of them. And I have zero interest in a couple more of them. So. You love the Ramona books? I really love... I can't believe I didn't read them as a kid. A lot of the books that are, like, older like that, I'm like, oh, yeah, I read some of these as a kid or whatever, but I've never touched them as a kid at all. I even read, some of her other books, Beverly Cleary's books. Like, I read Emily's Runaway Imagination as a kid and stuff, but somehow the Ramona books never touched as a kid somehow. And then read the first book as an adult and, like, loved it. I thought it was so good. So, yeah, I need to keep going with them. He was my boss, my brother's friend, a widower, an ex-felon, and a man I'd seen casually with a handful of women. But he was everything that gripped me, both the good and the bad. Worst case scenario, if things turned awkward between us, I could go somewhere else. I'd gotten over epic heartbreak before. One more wouldn't kill me. After moving to Austin following 6 months of unemployment back home, Iris Taylor knows she should be glad to have landed a job so quickly, even if the business is owned by a member of the same motorcycle club her estranged father used to belong to. Except Dex Locke might just be the biggest jerk she's ever met. He's rude and patient and doesn't know how to tell time. And the last thing they ever expected was each other. But it was either the strip club or the tattoo shop. She should have chosen the strip club. Mariana Zapata does the slowest slow burns ever. Like, it's like 95% through. I think I'll still give it a try, maybe. Just because I have had some good hits with Mariana Zapata, but also I'm worried about it being like a motorcycle romance. And that's the only category I can put it in, is romance. I think I'm gonna put it in winter, spring, and summer, because I think a long, slow burn romance in the winter actually sounds kind of fun. Plus The Mouse on the Motorcycle. I haven't read that one, but I think I might own it. I'm not sure. I own a couple of hers that I picked up as an adult because I started buying them when I saw them at thrift stores. because I liked Beezus and Ramona so much. You have one of Garth Nix's books on NetGalley TBR. Which one? I own a bunch of his books, but I've only apparently read 3. But I really liked all the 3 that I read, so I guess I have higher thoughts of him than the books maybe deserve. I don't know. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again and fill up my water bottle again. I have a 40 cup water, or 40 ounce water bottle, and I've drunk the whole thing while I've been here, so I'm gonna fill that up. I'll be right back. Oh yes, I want to read that one. The Sinister Bookseller of Bath. I definitely have that on my radar. I was kind of surprised that it's not higher up on his The Left-Handed Booksellers of London is the first book in that series. Did you read that one first? Maybe you should read that one first. I don't know. And this is one I've been looking at because I like the cover a lot. Sir Hereward and Mr. Fitz. Stories of the Witch Knight and the Puppet Sorcerer. I think it's fun. Oh, that quality is terrible though. Is this one better? A little bit. Anyway. Sisters of Saint Nicola of the Almost. Perpetual Motion versus the Lurch. Nope. Oh, okay. Did you know it was part of a series? Oh, it's 34 pages long. Oh, okay. In this raucous steampunk tale of sacred order, the scientist nuns battle against vicious invaders from Mars and their murderous machines in an ongoing conflict that has lasted centuries. A little hyperactive, like a 3-year-old with too much sugar. Okay. Maybe I'll add this to my list. I didn't know it was a thing. You had no idea it was part of a series. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Sorry. Yeah, he's been publishing so many books recently. It's been wild. Asymmetrical. We do not welcome our 10-year-old overlord. Oh yeah, this is one of those like short stories from one of those things. The Old Kingdom. Lots of short stories. That cover's crazy. A man accidentally summons a shape-shifting demon with anger management issues. Anyway, you read The Seven Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle and liked it. I've been meaning to read that, but I have not yet. Obviously, which is why it's still on the TBR. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I was planning on keeping it on the TBR, so thank you for that. That's good to know. Meet the Naughty Princess Club, a brand new series from the USA bestselling author Tara Civic, that introduces readers to Fairy Tale Lane and the hilarity and romance that ensues when three women start a new business to make it rain. You added the series to your series. Okay, good. Once upon a time, Cynthia was the perfect housewife. When the women are invited to wear their costumes to a party, they're mistaken for strippers. I don't think I want to read this. Sorry, Terra Civic. I don't think I care. An Unkindness of Magicians by Kat Howard. The ratings aren't super high on this. Like, they're not low, but they're not high either. New York City. Interesting. A dark secret that is hiding in the heart of New York City and diminishing the city's magician's power in this fantasy thriller by acclaimed author Kat Howard. Kat Howard. Roses and Rot. I don't think I know any other things that this author has written. Just based off of those top few. In New York City, magic controls everything, but the power of magic is fading. No one knows what is happening except for Sydney, a new rare magician with incredible power that has been unmatched in decades. And she may be the only person who is able to stop the darkness that is weakening the magic, but Sydney doesn't want to help the system. She wants to destroy it. Sydney comes from the House of Shadows, which controls magic with the help of sacrifices from magicians. You've added the series to your wish list. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'll do that in a second. I've always kind of really liked this, like, white on white cover. It's, like, very unsettling. Bunch of my friends have rated it. Oh. I'll follow Sarah. Yeah, I think I'm okay deleting this book off my TBR. I don't think I want to read that. Oh, God. I like the bird. That's actually really fun. I like all the... what are they called? I wanted to say laser beams, but I know that's not right. But, you know, the... sniper beams? I don't know. Whatever they're called. Digby Graves? Oh, God. A deceased medieval peasant with delusions of grandeur is trying to figure out how the hell he ended up in Seattle 800 years after his death. Also, why does he have necrotic magic coursing through his zombified body? Added to that, the fact that he made a terrible first impression the moment he woke up by lunging at the first person that came into biting range. learns what it means to lead a horde. Oh, it's older. 2021. I know I'm so inconsistent by when I say how old things are. And I say everything is old, but that's, everything is relative by what I'm thinking about at the moment. Because, like, this could have come out this year, or last year. But relative to this year and last year, 2021 is old. That does sound really fun. Necrotic Apocalypse. The Seven Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. The covers are so silly. I should have looked up the other ones. Let me try to pull that up. Oh no, there's so many. Why are there... No, there's so many. Oh. His face is so silly. Oh my gosh. Okay, and I already know what this is about pretty well, I think. So I don't feel like the need to read the synopsis. Mystery, fantasy, historical fiction. Okay, Fortune's Pawn by Rachel Bach. I've been meaning to read this for so long. Ugh. It's supposed to be, yeah, like a sci-fi romance before Ice Planet Barbarians popped off. Yeah, the colors are definitely bright, and I also, yeah, I was like afraid that they might be AI, but with how old they are from 2021, like I don't think an AI cover would be that good from that old ago. So yeah, I don't think they are. I think the artist is just having a fun time, which is fun. But yeah, old sci-fi romance, like from 2013. So a little bit more rare, and it's supposed to be a good one, but everybody I'm friends with loves this book, apparently. Oh, I found one person who didn't love it. Paul gave it 4 stars even. Yeah. That was like my first thought when I saw it. I was like, is this AI? Because it's so like fun and bright and stuff, because, yeah, AI is more likely to do that than real humans, but no, based on that time, it didn't look like it. I mean, I guess I could look more into it to see if there were, like, old covers, but it didn't look like it, considering that there were, like, multiple covers saying 2021. Devi Morris isn't your average mercenary. She has plans, big ones, and a ton of ambition. It's a combination that's going to get her killed one day, but not just yet. That is until she gets a job on a tiny trade ship with a nasty reputation for surprises. The Glorious Fool isn't misnamed. It likes to get into trouble so much that 1 year of security work under its captain is equal to 5 years everywhere else. With odds like that, Devi knows she's found a perfect way to get the jump on her next part of her plan. But the Fool doesn't give up its secret without a fight, and 1 year on the ship might be more than even Devi can handle. How long is this series? And I wonder if it follows... It says it's a sequel, so I wonder if it follows the same person. It's only 3 books. I think it follows the same person instead of, like, being multiple people. Sci-fi, romance. I just love reading sci-fi in winter so much. I mean, I love reading sci-fi all the time, but, like, I often will save them up and then read all the sci-fi in the winter. Like, that's when I want to read it. Oh my gosh, we're so close to the end. Dream Snatcher. "12-year-old Molly Pecksniff wakes up one night in the middle of the forest, lured there by recurring nightmare. Wait, it fellows because I'm adding it to my wish list? What do you mean? Are you talking about Fortune's Pawn? And what does fellows mean? What did you mean to write? Or is that what you meant to write? And am I stupid? The one with the drums and the rattles and the masks. The dream snatcher is waiting. He has already taken her dreams and now he wants her life. Because Maul is more important than she knows, the Oracle Bones foretold that she and Gif, a wildcat that has always been by her side, are the only ones who can fight back against the Dream Snatcher's dark magic. Suddenly, everything is at stake, and Maul is drawn into a world full of secrets, magic, and adventures. Oh, it all follows the same person. Follows. Okay, yeah, that's good. I do like romances where each book is about a different person, but also I also like ones where they're all the same. So that's good. Yeah. It's like the same person's face. That's what you meant. Yeah. Awesome. Sorry, my brain could not translate. I really do like a middle grade horror, like a middle grade spooky book. Like, I'm reading less and less middle grade as time goes on, but these are the ones that I'm still most interested in reading, or when they have like a spooky twist. Also, this author is part of a short story collection. I didn't know I didn't have this on my TBR, but I own this book, Winter Magic. That's so pretty. Oh, that's not in English. I wanted a brighter cover. There we go. Winter Magic. An enchanting collection of stories from award-winning authors, curated by Abby Elphinstone. So she's the editor or whatever, but it's, the authors are not people I really know, but the cover is so pretty, and I do own it. I got it for a few bucks at a used bookstore, probably. That's where I get most of my books. So I know the author because of that. Actually, I'm most certain this book does not have a audiobook, so I'm going to add it to my no audio. I'm going to add this to autumn and winter, and it's a fantasy mystery, seems like. The Turnkey of Highgate Cemetery. The Turkey. The Turnkey of Highgate Cemetery. 12-year-old Flossie is no ordinary ghost. She's the caretaker of every soul in Highgate Cemetery, and during World War II, even the ghosts aren't safe. Flossie Birdwhistle is the turnkey. I wonder, what does that word mean? A jailer. Oh. That makes sense. Is the turnkey of London's Highgate Cemetery. As turnkey, it's Flossie's job to ensure that all the souls are buried in the cemetery stay at rest. Not an easy job for a young ghost, but a task made especially difficult by World War II. London is being attacked every night by enemy bombers, and even the dead are unsettled. When Flossie encounters the ghost of a German soldier carrying a mysterious object that seems to exist in both the living and spirit worlds, she becomes suspicious. What is the officer up to? Before long, Flossie discovers a sinister plot that could destroy not only her cemetery, but also her beloved country. Can Flossie and her ghostly friends stop the soldier before it's too late? History collides with the supernatural, and in this exciting ethereal mystery from Alison Rushby. Do I know this author? The name doesn't sound familiar. No, doesn't look like it. This cover's kind of cool. Like, I do like this cover, but this cover's kind of cool, that, like, with the bones inside and stuff. I don't know. I think I prefer nonfiction about World War II, and I just it has to sound like so amazing for me to want to read fiction about World War II. And it sounds like it could be really good, but I just don't think I care enough to keep it on my TBR. The Royal Rabbits of London by Santa Montefiore. Life is an adventure. Anything in the world is possible by will and by luck. With a moist carrot, a wet nose, and a slice of mad courage. Shiloh has always been the runt of the litter, the weakest and quietest of all his family. His siblings spend their days making fun of him for not being like the rest of them. But when Shiloh stumbles across a band of ratsies and overhears their evil plan to take a photo of the queen in her nightie, I just... Oh, no. I'm not reading that. We owned this at the bookstore, so that's why I had it on my TBR, but... It's the roaring 20s, and San Francisco is a hotbed of illegal boozing, raw lust, and black magic. The fog-covered Bay Area can be an intoxicating scene, particularly when you specialize in spirits. Ada Palmer performs a spirit medium show on stage in Chinatown's illustrious Grisger Speakeasy. However, her ability to summon and expel the dead is more than just an act. Winter I'm assuming you're talking about the rabbits, not this one. Magnuson is a notorious bootlegger who's more comfortable with guns than ghosts. Unfortunately for him, he's the recent target of a malevolent hex that renders him a magnet for hauntings. After Ada's supernatural assistant is enlisted to banish the ghosts, her spirit-chilled aura heats up. Jen Bennett. Lots of YA. I did really like Alex Approximately. I hated Serious Moonlight. I hated Lady Rogue, even though I DNF'd it. And then, I think that's all I've read by her. And I always wanted to give this one a try. I don't know if she's the author for me, but I've only tried her YA. Yes, the rabbits. Ugh, oof. This is a whole series. Okay, so even people who like 1920s don't like this. I don't know. I've always wanted to read this because I'm like, ooh, love me a paranormal fantasy historical. But it doesn't sound very fun. I don't know. It's like I could try it and it might be fine, but I think I'm just gonna delete it. Ugh, this feels so freeing, getting all these books off of here. Goodbye. Especially considering that I didn't like two of these authors' books. Like, why am I gonna try another book by this author that I didn't like the last two books I tried by? Ugh. Steampunk, an anthology of fantastically rich and strange stories. This has, so Kelly Link is the editor and contributor, but this has books or stories by Holly Black, who I've never read a short story by, but I've liked some of her books, disliked some of her books. M.T. Anderson, I've only read one book by, but I loved. Libba Bray, I've liked some and not liked some books. Cassandra Clare. Garth Nix, we already talked about loving. And then some of the people in here I know are friends with, what is her name? The person who wrote Swords Point. Ellen Kushner. Because I just did a reread, I think in June, maybe? I don't really remember. I think it was June. Maybe it was July. I did a reread of The Privilege of the Sword by Ellen Kushner. And in the acknowledgments, she was she was like saying thank you and acknowledging to a bunch of her author friends who like gave her feedback on her book or did like writing sprints with her and things like that. And like a bunch of them were these authors. Like Delia Sherman, I know, was one of them, and like a couple more of them, which was so interesting. So, and the reason I was paying attention to that and stuff is because after I did that reread, I was doing like a list of prompts of like reading prompts, and one of them was to read a book where in the acknowledgments read a book by an author whose like name was mentioned, or it might just been like first name was mentioned, or I don't know if it had to be an author or just like a similar name or something. And so I was like looking up all the authors who were mentioned, and like this came up, and I was like, oh yeah, I could read this. And I didn't end up getting to this one. Instead, I ended up reading, I don't remember what I read instead, but anyway, it was just interesting. You probably don't care about this tidbit. The moral of the story is I freaking love The Privilege of the Sword. But I definitely want to read this, even if it has like lower ratings. I'm okay with a short story collection having lower ratings, because I think it's quite normal for a short story collection to get 3 stars. And that's okay because it's like a bunch of different authors. And it's like, yeah, you're not going to like every story if it's all different authors. 14 Masters of Speculative Fiction, including 2 graphic storytellers from Appalachia, Ancient Rome, Future Australia, and Alternate California. So, I guess I'll put it in sci-fi, fantasy, historical fiction. And steampunk always feels very autumnal to me, and I guess also very like wintry to me. I don't know why. It is what it is. Ugh. Okay, fairest of all. I think I'll probably be deleting this, but let's see. Sarah Milnowski, a fresh modern spin on a classic fairy tale. The first installment of the series, Be the Bravest of Them All. Once upon a time, my brother and I were normal kids. The next minute, the mirror in our basement slurped us up and magically transported us inside Snow White's fairy tale. We stopped Snow White from eating the poison apple. If Snow White doesn't die, she won't get her prince, and she won't get her happy ending. Now it's up to us to avoid getting poisoned, sneak into the castle, fix Snow White's story. But Snow White's real happy ending might not be quite what we expected. I don't know. I swear I haven't rated this. It just keeps doing that. I think there's just other things I'd rather spend my time on. I think each one follows like a different fairy tale. And I just think it's not really my vibe. There's an Alice in Wonderland one that's very fun, and the series is so freaking long. Are they still coming out? Yeah, this one comes out next month, so they're still coming out, and I just like, not that it's not okay to like start series with knowing that you're not going to finish them, but I just know that I need to get better at not doing that, considering that I have like 140 books on my current 140 series ish, give or take, on my currently reading series list. Like, I need to get better, especially at like not starting series that I don't have zero intention on finishing. I also tried to read Bras and Broomsticks, which, granted, she did publish these like 7 years apart, so maybe the vibes are very different. I know I DNF'd this 21% in, but I did not like this at all. So also another reason to not pick up this author. Oh my gosh, we're so close to the end, the bottom of this page, which would have been 30 books we went through today, plus we've deleted at least 20 books, which is incredible. That feels so good. Okay, The Dragon with the Chocolate Heart, Jumbies, Hunter. Just gonna open all the rest of the ones on this page, and I'll see what we get to, or how many are, if I delete any. Okay, The Dragon with a Chocolate Heart. So I did try to start this maybe in like 2019. I got like maybe 2 chapters into it, wasn't in the mood for it, and set it down. Never picked it back up. So let's see if I'm actually interested in it. Adventurine is a brave young dragon ready to explore the world outside of her family's mountain cave. If only they'd let her leave it. Her family thinks she's too young to fly on her own, but she's determined to prove them wrong by capturing the most dangerous prey of a human. But when that human tricks her into drinking enchanted hot chocolate, she transforms into a puny human without any sharp teeth, fire, breath, or claws. Still, she's the fiercest creature in these mountains, and now she's found her true chocolate. And all she has to do is get to the human city to find herself an apprenticeship, whatever that is, in a chocolate house, which sounds delicious, and she'll be conquering new territory in no time, won't she? A classic fantasy with terrific girl power, perfect for fans of Shannon Hill and Jessica J. George. I'm so sorry I did that. I don't think I like that phrase very much, sorry. Ooh, this cover's so cool. I love that dragon. Okay. Kara just read it recently and really liked it. It's her working in a chocolate shop. And she loved the side characters. Okay. Bandlegrim's not here, but Bandlegrim loves this book. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna give it another try. I just like never felt motivated to pick it back up. Ugh, these covers are so pretty, these Bloomsbury ones. The girl with the dragon heart. Look how pretty that is. I think I like that way better than these like US covers. Maybe I should switch. And then they'll all match when I read and love this series. I don't know if I love like this girl as much, but I guess that makes sense. It's like the dragon like turned into the human, and she has these weird like spotty pajamas on, but that's okay. We still love a girl even if she's wearing spotty pajamas. Wait, that sounds so fun. And I kind of been in the mood for like a kind of cozy fantasy, and I think that would fit. Cat incorrigible. Wooing the Witch Queen. What the hell? I didn't even realize this was the same author. Snow Spelled? Okay. It came out earlier this year. Fantasy romance adult. In a gas lamp lit world where hags and ogres lurk in thick pine forests, three magical queens form an uneasy alliance to protect their lands from invasion, and love turns the world upside down. Queen Saskia is the only wicked sorceress everyone fears. After successfully wresting the throne from her evil uncle, she only wants one thing: to keep her people safe from the empire next door. For that, she needs to spend more time in her laboratory experimenting with her spells. I think maybe depending on wait, like this cover is like fine and you know whatever. This cover, ooh, I like this cover. I don't know why I like this one so much better. I guess maybe because it feels less basic. I don't know. I just feel like I see covers like this more often than this. But maybe that's just what I'm seeing. And I like this cover too. It's like a bone crown. I'm such a cover hoe. I was literally gonna say, I was like, maybe I'll just wait to see how I like this other book, The Dragon with the Chocolate Heart, before I add this one to my TBR. And then I saw this cover, and then I was like, maybe I should just add it to my TBR. Rachel did not like it. I don't know. I think I will wait. But Dragon with the Chocolate Heart, I definitely will. Fantasy. Oh, I love that one of the categories is food. That's so fun. Okay. Wait, I have to refresh this so that the new cover updates. Okay, there we go. Fantasy. I don't know what kind of year, what time of year this feels like. I guess just everything. It feels like I could read this anytime and it would be delightful. You knew that cover was gonna get me, the blue one. Yeah, it's good, but I need to not add it. I need to just see how I like the one that's been on my TBR since 2018 first. The start of an exciting series filled with Caribbean folklore, and daring adventure. Corinne Lemaire claims she isn't afraid of anything. Not scorpions, not the boys who tease her, certainly not the Jumbies. They're just tricksters made up by her parents to frighten their children. Then one night, Corinne chases an agouti all the way into the forbidden forest, and shining yellow eyes swallow her to the edge of the trees. They couldn't belong to a Jumbie, or could they? When Corinne spots a beautiful stranger at the market the very next day, she knows something extraordinary is about to happen. When the same beauty called Severin turns up at Corinne's house, danger is in the air. Severin plans to claim the entire island for the Jumbies. Corinne must call on her courage and her friends to learn to use an ancient magic she didn't know she possessed, to stop Severin and to save her family home. Yeah, this has been on my TBR since I saw it at the bookstore I used to work at, and the cover always got me, and I always wanted to read it because of that. And then I even brought it into the next bookstore I worked at because the owner had someone who came in who was like a little kid who was like, I want creepy horror books that are gonna scare the shit out of me, please. And she was like, okay, I'll try to find some for you that are age appropriate. And I recommended this one because I was like, it looks really creepy. And so we brought this one in, even though I hadn't read it. And so it's been lingering in my mind for years. So I definitely really want to read it. It sounds very good. Trinidadian folklore. But Kara didn't love it. Vandalgrim liked it though. Okay. Fantasy, horror. I'm surprised it's not like in mystery or thriller, but that's okay. Okay, The Hunter. I really liked the first book in this series. They each follow different people though. The Highwaymen, I gave it 4 stars. I don't feel like I would need to reread it to read the next one though, because they're all like standalones, maybe connected, but they follow different people. This tagline though is a little cheesy. They're rebels, scoundrels, and blackguards. Dark, dashing men on the wrong side of the law. But for the proper Victorian era ladies who love them, a hint of danger only makes their hearts beat faster. A scandalous proposal. As one of the That's incorrect. London's most elite hunters. If a Goodreads librarian is watching this in the future, fix it. The Hunter by Kerrigan Byrne. Christopher Argent never misses his mark and always gets his man. But when his latest target turns out to be a woman, the popular and stunningly beautiful actress Millie Lecour, it turns his whole world upside down. Overwhelmed by the heat that simmers between them, Christopher can't complete his mission. On the contrary, he'll do anything to save Millie's life, even if that means risking his own. A dangerous passion. When she learns what Christopher was hired to do, Millie is torn between the fear in her heart and the fire in her soul. Putting herself in this dangerous man's arms may be her only path to safety, but giving in to her desire may be the deadliest mistake she's ever made. With both of their lives in jeopardy, Millie and Christopher must learn to trust the real feelings they're hiding. To find the true love they're looking for. Ugh, I can't read. So they have similar ratings, and they have really good ratings for like a historical romance series all across the board, except for the 5th book. Nobody liked that one apparently. And I feel like novellas or 0.5s don't really count. The Duke with the Dragon Tattoo. God. Sometimes romance titles I cannot with. I don't know. I think I'll leave it on my TBR if I'm like get in the mood for like a Victorian romance. But and she's the author of The Nevermore Bookstore, which came out a couple years ago with Cynthia St. Aubin. which does not have high ratings. You've read her before, How to Love a Duke in 10 Days. I think that was one of the ones I have marked as to read as well, which also has really high ratings. Like, she's a very highly rated for like a Regency / Victorian romance writer. I do not like this cover at all. What the hell is this? Where is your stays? Where are your stays? I think I'll keep it on my TBR, but I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Like, I just feel like I've had so much time to pick up the sequel. But then again, there's a whole bunch of series. I don't know. I'm gonna keep it on my TBR. Historical romance. I think it could be really fun to read. I just need to actually read it and not let it languish. I also need to add it to my oldest sequels, my shameful oldest sequels, and actually get to it. Willow of the Woods. I wish this was like a horror book. This cover looks like it could be horror. I don't think it is, though. By Robert Beatty. Move without a sound, steal without a trace. Willa, a young night spirit, is her clan's best thief. She creeps into the cabins of the day folk under cover of darkness, takes what they won't miss. It's dangerous work. The day folk kill whatever they don't understand, but Willa will do anything to win the approval of the Paraden, the charismatic leader of the Feyren people. When Willa's curiosity leaves her and stranded in the day folk world, she calls upon the old power of her beloved grandmother and the unbreakable bonds of her forest allies to escape. Only then does she begin to discover the shocking truth that not all her dayfolk enemies are the same, and that the foundations of her own Feyran society are crumbling. It has some good nominees. One of my friends really liked it. I don't think I care about reading this, though. You have the other 2 books in the series, but they're not like sequels, though. Like, how much are you gonna get from reading the first book again? Like, they follow different people, right? The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat and Other Clinical Tales by Oliver Sacks. What other things has he written? He recounts the stories of patients lost in the bizarre, apparently inescapable world of neurological disorders. These are case studies of people who have lost their memories and with them the greater part of their past, who are no longer able to recognize people or common objects, whose limbs have become alien, who are affected and yet gifted with uncanny artistic or mathematical talents. Dr. Sachs' splendid and sympathetic telling, each tale is a unique and deeply human study of life struggling against incredible adversity. It's from 1985. Damn, I didn't realize it was so old. Okay, so I haven't read anything else by him, but he's written a shit ton of books. Damn. Oh no, most of them are translations, but he still has written a lot of stuff. Okay. An important read if you want to delve more into the world of neurological disorders from a doctor, but it's a con for me that it must be dated by now. Interesting. I don't know. I think I'm still interested in reading it, but definitely knowing going in that, like, it is a more dated time capsule thing. But I am still interested in, like, these cases in this perspective. Okay, science. Okay. The Fly Girls by Keith O'Brien. It is interesting. Not that. I don't know. I didn't realize that this was written by a man. And not that men aren't allowed to write, but I just think it is interesting that he's the one telling the story. Mostly 4 stars. 45% 4 stars. So it's like universally really liked. The untold story of 5 women who fought to compete against men in the high-stakes national air races of the 1920s and 30s and won. Between the world wars, no sport was more popular or more dangerous. I'm sure there was no sport more popular. I think that's a little hyperbolous. Okay. Then airplane racing. Thousands of fans flocked to multi-day events and cities viewed with one another to host them. The pilots themselves were hailed as dashing heroes who cheerfully stared death in the face, while the men were hailed. Female pilots were more often ridiculed than praised for what the press portrayed as silly efforts to horn in on a manly and deadly pursuit. Fly Girls recounts how a cadre of women banded together to break the original glass ceiling, the entrenched prejudice that conspired to keep them out of the sky. O'Brien weaves together the stories of 5 remarkable women. Florence Klingensmith, a high school dropout who worked for a dry cleaner in Fargo, North Dakota. Ruth Elder, an Alabama divorcee. Amelia Earhart, the most famous but not necessarily the most skilled. Damn. Ruth Nicholas, who chafed at the constraints of her blue-blooded family's expectations, and Louise Thradden, the mother of 2 young kids, who got her start selling coal in Wichita. I don't know. Together they fought for the chance to race against the men, and in 1936, one of them would triumph in the toughest race of all. Okay, yeah. I think I do want to read it, but I'm just so prejudiced against male writers writing about real women. I can't help it. I just don't trust them. I don't think this is supposed to be about the women like who flew during the war, because other people have like written, I feel, about that. Like this is supposed to just like focus on the in between time, about like how they maybe help break that barrier, how they helped break that barrier a little bit. The Good Neighbor, the life and works of Fred Rogers. He was an enormously influential figure in the history of television and in the lives of tens of millions of children. As the creator and star of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, he was a champion of compassion, equality, and kindness. Rogers was fiercely devoted to children and to taking their fears, concerns, and questions about the world seriously. The Good Neighbor, the first full-length biography of Fred Rogers, tells the story of this utterly unique and enduring American icon. Drawing on original interviews, oral histories, and archival documents, Maxwell Keene traces Rogers' personal, professional, and artistic life through decades of work, including a surprising decision to walk away from the show to make television for adults, only to return to the neighborhood with an increasingly sophisticated episodes written in collaboration with experts on childhood development. An engaging story rich in detail, The Good Neighborhood is the definitive portrait of a beloved figure cherished by multiple generations. So I did try to start reading this like right when it first came out, so in 2018, and I read maybe like a quarter of it and put it down. I definitely want to try it again though, especially since I didn't grow up with the show Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I didn't grow up with TV. I'd maybe seen like 2 episodes before. Like I'd maybe seen 2 episodes as a kid, and like I didn't know anything about him really. I remember when he died because I was like 8, and I remember my friend came over, or I went over to her house, and she was like, "Did you hear that Mr. Rogers died?" And I was like, "Who is that?" And she was like, "What?" And I think she made me watch an episode with her or something. But she was like so devastated. And I just like didn't really know about him. But even when I tried to read this, like I knew he had a big cultural impact, but I didn't really know too much about him when I tried to start reading this. How much I've learned about him since this book came out to now is huge. Like I've learned so much about him that I'm so much more interested in this biography since it originally came out. You've never watched it either. Yeah, he was a really incredible person, and it's like, I don't know, just even like I don't know, I think you have to take a lot of the things he did in context, because some of the things I think don't seem like that big, but they were actually huge. Like I saw one even recently, like a couple weeks ago. You just didn't watch the show when it was on. Yeah. I saw one even a few weeks ago where Mr. Rogers, there was one where he was like, had his feet in a pool, and he like invited a black man to do it with him. And he was like, oh, you must be so hot. Like, please, like, put your feet in the pool with me or whatever. And it's just like, okay, whatever. But then it's like, the context is like, segregation is still a thing. And like, segregation is still a thing, like, in a lot of the US. And it's like a big deal that it's like, a white man is like teaching children that, like, oh yeah, let's not segregate ourselves from black people. It's like, oh yes, like, and it's like, I wouldn't have even thought about it. I was like, why are you showing me this clip? But then it's like, oh yeah, that's why you're showing me this clip. Anyway, just like, he's a good man. Definitely want to read it, and I think hopefully it will be very good. West by Edith Pateau, sequel to East. So I've only given this 3 stars, but I've read it probably like 4 times. I read this a lot as a teenager. I probably read it like 3 times as a teenager. Read it like once as an adult. Came out in 2003. And then in 2018, they came out with a sequel. So I added it to my TBR kind of like haphazardly. But I was like, I didn't know if I was ever going to read it because I was like, what? Like, what do you mean? There's a sequel. But then I was actually looking at some of the reviews recently. And they were actually really good. Like, people actually really liked it. So I don't even think I need to reread the first book because I've read it many times. I know that book very well. I haven't read it in a while. When's the last time I read East? But it's a retelling of East of the Sun and West of the Moon. And it's written from, like, different perspectives. I don't think it's epistolary, but 2019, was that when I did it? I think I was reading it even so that I could like maybe read the sequel, but then I never did. But I think I'm actually gonna do it now because people said it was good. So, fantasy, romance, I'm gonna give it a try, and oldest sequels. And it's definitely I'm gonna put it in winter. Can you believe? Damn. Okay. So we did get through 30 books, but also I added multiple books to my TBR today. And I don't remember we started at 1924, maybe? I don't remember. Let me go back and check, because I'm interested in seeing what it was. Damn. Okay. 1926. So we've deleted 26 books from my TBR. Plus, I added 4 more books. Technically 5. I added another one today, but I think it was before stream. So I added 4 more books. So I deleted 29 books today. I think that's pretty damn good. Or 28 books, or I can't do math. I don't know. I deleted a lot of books. And I also cataloged 30 more. So we got through like 60 books today. Pretty awesome. Are you not impressed with me? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm sorry. Also, when I was cataloging, I found another gay book, which is good. we're about to get into the point where in like 2019 I started reading a lot of queer books. So, and I just deleted a couple gay books off my TBR, but there would have been more if I hadn't deleted them. So, we're going to get into more gay books soon. Still a good amount of classics, but obviously fantasy is the most. And then romance is second most, to no surprise. Spring, surprisingly, is the one that I've put the most books in. I'm surprised by that. But I think autumn will catch up. Anyway, and I think I'll be able to keep deleting books off of here very, very easily. Like, I think the further we go, the more I'll be able to delete stuff. I mean, I went through 60 books and I deleted half of them. And I think the further we get along, the more I'll be able to delete books without, like, overthinking it. It's just hard because some of these books I've been kind of, like, I'm kind of attached to them at this point because they've been on my want to read shelf. I've been thinking about wanting to read them for 8 years or 7 years or etc. But then books that I'm only had on my TBR for like 3, 4, 5 years that I haven't thought about again, I just added once and then never thought about again, and then I read the synopsis and it sounds like shit, then I'll be able to get rid of those very easily. So anyway, I think that's it. Yeah, I'm excited to go through here and continue to delete stuff, but I think that's enough for today since I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and you've been here with me almost the whole time, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. And anybody watching in the replay, I appreciate it so much. And yeah, I will see you in a couple more weeks sometime to go through more books. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend today, good rest of your day today, and then a great week this week. I don't know if there's anything else. I hope I'm inspiring you to want to clear off your shelves. We're almost below 1900, but when we come back next week, or in the future, I don't know when exactly it will be, don't be surprised if this is over like 1950, because I have so many books I want to add to my TBR that I just haven't been, that I've just been taking like pictures of or screenshots. So don't be surprised if the number jumps up again. My goal is just to keep it under 2000, but I'm really glad that it's so close to 1900. That's way lower than it's been in a really long time. So anyway, I think that's it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, and I'll see you very, very soon. Have a great time. Goodbye. Thank you.